The people who give me money, they all forgot I did this whole grift before, and nothing I predicted ever happened. So here, I am once again kicking the can and predicting the very same global event again. Anyone want to bet what the odds are that this time all this stuff will happen now? Mass arrests. It's a massive global event, and I've been predicting it since the early 2000s. Now everyone will know I am Earth's greatest prophet and psychic medium. It's about time. 3 days of darkness. Your internet may go out. Phones and cable television channels will all play emergency announcements about the Dark Alliance finally being defeated. Everything I have been saying will happen in the next couple days. It will all happen in the next couple days, if not by next week. If not next week, by next month for sure. And hey, if it doesn't happen next month, then by next year for sure. And you know what? If it doesn't happen next year, I'll just play kick the can and predict this again in a couple years. What a great grift I have. Free money for making false predictions and promoting fake conspiracy theories. Nothing is too nutty for me to promote. Pizzagate, the global cabal, mass arrests, military tribunals. And hey, never forget I told everyone I took baths in my own piss and got superpowers.
So there's something called an emergency injunction. And believe it or not, he might actually get arrested right away once I file that injunction. That's how serious this is. You can't lie to the police. You can't do this kind of stuff. So if he makes another video, if he keeps attacking me, the judge is clearly going to see that he's obsessed and he's a stalker, and he's much more likely to get arrested than if he actually stops. So, Stephen, I recommend that you stop. You probably won't, because nothing has ever made you stop. But anyway, now I'm going to show you guys the evidence on Stephen that I'm going to be sharing in my lawsuit. I'm not going to give his name out, but I'm going to go through some of the things originally that we put together in 2019, because he was demanding in 2019 that I sue him, and I'm going to show you those texts.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I'm here to first assure you that I was not arrested by Colorado police today, as David Wilcock claimed he was having me arrested, essentially for making YouTube videos. Well, actually, he's claiming he's going to have me arrested for a multitude of false claims. We're going to cover every one of the false claims. And just so everybody is aware, we're up to speed. On David Wilcock's latest live stream, he essentially invented a supervillain, but then he put my name and face to the supervillain. Essentially, what he is doing is he is claiming that every one of his online trolls, every one of his haters, every one of his detractors, everybody who sends him a mean tweet, everybody who called apparently, or I'm sorry, emailed the Boulder County Animal Rescue, or excuse me, Animal Protection in Colorado, people who claim they are suing him with fake lawsuits. He claims all of those people are me. And I assure you, I am not all of those people. And while David Wilcock is now claiming that he is going to sue me in court, all of his claims about me are completely and totally easily provably fake. And we're going to get into all of that. And I just also want to take a moment before we begin in the major presentation to recognize that there is a history of con artists and scammers suing journalists, which is a threat to free speech and public discourse. Despite how we joke around here so much, I consider one part of my job here, being an investigative journalist, to be the serious part of what I do. And let's be clear, David Wilcock is essentially claiming that because I call people and ask questions, I'm threatening his life somehow. That is not the case. The purposes of my investigation is of all the investigations. By the way, David Wilcock is so stupid, he should look up the Streisand effect, because of putting my face, and well, he put my face behind a mask, but still, a quick Google search of UFO Lucifer, which he shared on his show, a character from our show here. By the way, it's a comedic parody. And also, by the way, that's David Wilcock's proof that I am a Satan worshiper, that I once wore a devil mask in order to do a comedic parody called UFO Lucifer here. That's a completely and totally false claim, provably false claim. But we'll get into all of that. First, I wanted to take a moment, however, to talk about the relationship between journalism and litigation. After all, we have seen that Corey Goode used these exact tactics. To be clear, Mr. Wilcock implied or basically said that I'm a Satan worshiper. He also said that I am I'm trying to think of the right way to say it. The YouTube does not like the P word. Yeah, he called me a child predator, essentially. And what Mr. Wilcock should be aware of while he's throwing around words like slander and defamation is that I happen to volunteer for children's charities. And because of that, I get background checks every so often, whatever is required. But I volunteer for children's charities. So for David Wilcock to do something so despicable, so disgusting, and so dangerous on a public live stream as to call somebody who works for children's charities a child predator, and you think you have a lawsuit, Mr. Wilcock? Is that really the way you're going to go here? And by the way, Mr. Wilcock, it is against YouTube's what you did is against YouTube's terms of service and community guidelines. So my advice to you is to take that video down. I have not yet reported your video or taken any action. I'm still consulting with my own attorney about what steps we are going to take, because you called me a Satan worshiper in a public live stream, and your only proof for that is I wore a devil mask in a comedic parody. Further, you put up on the screen the word PEDO and claimed that I was one of those people on a public live stream. This is completely and totally despicable, especially coming from Mr. Love and Light New Age guru. But I'm going to try to maintain my composure. I don't want to get angry and start yelling and screaming at this clown, because what happened, let's be clear, what happened on his live stream were very, very incredibly serious, reputation damaging and destroying allegations were made against me with absolutely no proof or evidence that those claims are true. But back to the relationship between litigation and journalism. You know, many people have tried to silence journalists. And regardless of what you think of me or what you think of my show, one of my functions here is to investigate things and report on them. This is the textbook definition of what an investigative journalist does. And by the way, I mentioned the Streisand effect. Anybody who really wants to know the truth about David Wilcock and all of his shady business dealings, and why so many people on Twitter and all over the internet are calling him a con artist, I believe that it does have something to do with our investigations here. So in the description of this video or podcast are, I believe, 5 separate investigations that I did into Mr. Wilcock's various business dealings. And if you will indulge me, I know it's a lot to go through, but Mr. Wilcock has a very long and sort of ridiculous history of these shady business dealings. It's all in the description of the video, some 5 different investigations that we ran. There was one on the GoFundMe. That was a complete and total scam for Pete Peterson. There's one on the Emery Smith PayPal donation scam. That was a complete and total scam. There's one on his charity and his shady use of charitable donations. That's in there. There's one on his shady aerospace company, which details that in court records, Mr. Wilcock's Stevati Aerospace was called an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme. So if you're wondering why David Wilcock is attempting to silence me with threats of being arrested and lawsuits as well, there's your answer. There's your answer. The truth is, I'm such a good reporter. I know more about all of his different business activities than anyone on earth, I believe. I've done more homework on his business dealings, and I've detailed it, journaled it, and reported on it here. He's not going to get me arrested for anything that I did wrong. He's going to try to use lawfare to shut down a journalist that is critically covering his business activities, his very shady business activities. But back to the relationship between journalism and litigation, you know, when it comes to the exposure of fraudulent activities, throughout history, con artists and scammers have often resorted to frivolous lawsuits as a means to silence journalists who uncover and publicize their schemes. These lawsuits aim to intimidate and burden journalists and reporters with legal fees, the fear of retribution, and these lawsuits ultimately have a chilling effect on free speech. And by the way, just to be clear, David Wilcock is taking a book straight out of the Corey Goode playbook. Everything that he did on his latest live stream was straight out of the Corey Goode playbook. Corey Goode also called his critics satanic people, most notably dark journalists and others. Corey Goode then threatened to, and indeed in some cases did sue his online critics. And so I would caution Mr. Wilcock, before you go forward with a frivolous lawsuit against me, oh, and by the way, I just want to publicly inform him, he can't sue me personally. He has to sue my company, which right now I think we have about $75 in that bank account. So good luck recovering any damages from a company that is struggling since COVID. He has to sue my company. And by the way, I'll just give it out there. My company is called Spectral International, LLC. And you will clearly see that every reporting that I do, every content that I create is clearly marked, created by Spectral International, LLC. He can't sue me personally, which means all of my personal assets and everything are safe. He can only go after my company and recover damages from the company funds. Good luck with that, David Wilcock. It would be an extremely fruitless endeavor. But back to Corey Goode. Corey Goode did all of this. Look how these same tactics worked. How great did that work for Corey Goode? Corey Goode brought what happened to him on himself. His frivolous lawsuits forced him to sit in a deposition chair for an entire day answering questions from the from the defendant's lawyers. If David Wilcock were to be so silly and stupid enough to try this with me, and he would have to, first of all, he's going to have to give me he's going to have to give a deposition, which means me and my lawyer will write a huge list of questions that he is forced by law to answer under oath. How do you think that sort of questioning is going to go for you? How much damage do you think? I mean, apparently he thinks I've done damage to his business with my reporting. How much damage will I do when I get to ask you questions for an entire 8-hour day and you're forced to answer those questions, Mr. Wilcock? And also, if he were to go forward with a lawsuit against me, he's going to give me subpoena power. I will be within my legal rights to subpoena all of his financial records, all of his texts, all of his emails, all of his phone call records, any financial records, the records from the PayPal thing with Emery Smith, the records from the GoFundMe with Pete Peterson, the records from his charity, the records from Stavati Aerospace. Anything I want, I can subpoena if he were to go forward with this. So, and by the way, if this becomes a reality, I will subpoena everything that I am legally allowed to subpoena. And I will be making all of those records public on our Truth Seekers Google Drive and in our Truth Seekers Discord here. The best defense against some nut job like David Wilcock is to let him know he's free to do. Everybody's free to, this is America. It's a very litigious nation, right? That's my big word of the day. It means people love there's a lot of lawsuits in the United States. People are free to be litigious. People are free to sue people. However, they should be aware there's consequences. Corey Goode was so dumb, he didn't realize that he was giving his critics subpoena power and the ability to put him in a chair and make him answer questions for 8 or 10 hours straight. That's what Wilcock is going to be volunteering for should he go forward. The use of litigation to suppress unfavorable press is not a recent phenomenon, though. As early as the 18th and 19th centuries, journalists and reporters faced legal challenges from powerful individuals and entities who were seeking to suppress negative coverage. However, the modern trend of con artists and scammers specifically targeting journalists and lawsuits gained prominence in the mid-20th century, coinciding with the rise of investigative journalism. And of course, there's some great historical examples of the chilling effect that these stupid lawsuits against reporters can have. In 2008, with Bernie Madoff, he was the orchestrator of one of the largest Ponzi schemes in history. And he was notorious for using legal threats to suppress scrutiny. Before his arrest in 2008, Madoff and his associates often intimidated journalists and reporters and also whistleblowers with the prospect of endless lawsuits. This tactic delayed the exposure of his fraudulent activities, allowing the scheme to continue and expand for much, much longer than it would have absent these legal threats. And then, of course, I believe that Wilcock is also taking a page out of Scientology's strategy for dealing with critics. The Church of Scientology, while not a traditional scam, has been involved in numerous controversies and allegations of fraud. The organization is well known for its aggressive litigation tactics against journalists and critics. The church's use of lawsuits to silence dissent has been documented extensively, highlighting the chilling effect that these things can have on investigative reporting and free speech. I know many reporters, some would say, including myself, that won't touch Scientology because of the tactics that they use. They also, by the way, are doing things like Wilcock has done, floating false rumors that people are Satanists or, have problems with children. This is all out of Scientology's playbook, and there's been a long history of that. Frivolous lawsuits against journalists like me serve as a powerful tool for con artists and scammers to deter good investigative reporting, like we've done here on David Wilcock. These lawsuits are often lacking substantial legal merit. They aim to exhaust the financial and emotional resources of the journalists and media organizations. The implications of such legal actions are profound. And we see a great deal of these lawsuits and the effect that they can have on information and on good journalism. First, self-censorship. The threat of costly legal battles can lead journalists and reporters like me to self-censor, avoiding stories that could expose them to litigation and frivolous lawsuits. This self-censorship, it serves to undermine the media's role as a watchdog and compromises the public's right to know. Then, of course, there's the financial strain. Remember when Corey Goode did this? He was telling Jay Weidner, I'm going to take everything you own. You're going to waste hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. That's Corey Goode's intention. And I believe, should David Wilcock be stupid and foolish enough to go forward with his threats, that's what he wants. He wants to put financial strain on me to shut me up. Even when journalists successfully defend against frivolous lawsuits, the financial strain can be immense. Legal fees and the diversion of resources from journalistic endeavors to legal defenses can weaken media organizations, particularly smaller independent media organizations like mine, Spectral International. We're a tiny media company. And if Mr. Wilcock goes forward with this, I'm going to be forced to divert all of our resources to pay a lawyer to fight this instead of equipment, travel expenses, things that I can, software, things that we can use to produce more content here. So certainly it would put a financial strain. Then, of course, there's the erosion of public trust, because when con artists and scammers successfully use lawsuits to silence journalists, it erodes public trust in the media. The perception that journalists can be easily intimidated or silenced just by the threat of a lawsuit diminishes their credibility and the perceived reliability of their reporting. We're known for our accurate reporting here. We're known for getting the stories here that no one else can get. and having exclusive information that no one else has. If Mr. Wilcock silences me, who's next? Is the message just sue him and he'll stop making videos? And let's be clear, Mr. Wilcock specifically stated in his video making threats directly at me that if I just stop making videos about him, he won't go forward and sue me. So is that Mr. Wilcock's message? Stop making videos and I won't attack you with lawfare. Then, of course, there's the deterrence of future investigations. High-profile cases of journalists being sued for exposing scams can deter others from pursuing similar investigations. The fear of litigation creates an environment where fraudulent activities can continue unchecked, ultimately harming public interest. And one moment here, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that I tweeted that we were live. No, I didn't. So let me, we want to welcome all of you here. I will be we're going to go over every part of the video and we're going to prove a great deal of Mr. Wilcock's claims are completely and totally fraudulent and fake. But is it any wonder that a guy who lies to his audience so much would lie about somebody investigating his shady business dealings? Now, of course, there's anti-SLAPP legislation. Many jurisdictions have enacted anti-SLAPP laws designed to protect journalists and other public participants from frivolous lawsuits. I believe there's a very powerful journalist shield law in my home state of Pennsylvania. These laws provide mechanisms for early dismissal of baseless cases and may include provisions for recovering legal costs. But that's another thing. There's no guarantee. I'm aware of a certain content creator that was sued by Corey Good that I think spent something like $40,000 on legal fees. He may not get that money back. There is some legal support organizations such as the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press and the Committee to Protect Journalists that offer legal support and advocacy for journalists facing litigation. By the way, David Wilcock, should you move forward with this, I will get all the help that I can. I've already contacted the Committee to Protect Journalists. I've already contacted the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press. They will be assisting me if any litigation comes my way besides my own personal lawyer. So I'll have a team. Best of luck to you, buddy. Of course, there's some public awareness campaigns. Raising public awareness about the use of lawsuits to silence journalists is essential. Advocacy and education can help build public support for stronger legal protections and highlight the importance of investigative journalism in maintaining a healthy democracy. So really, the history of con artists and scammers suing journalists, it underscores the ongoing battle between truth-telling and suppression. These frivolous lawsuits, like the one Mr. Wilcock is claiming he will wage against me, pose a significant threat to free speech and public discourse. This, of course, creates a chilling effect on free speech that undermines the fundamental role of the press in a democratic society. Legal protections, advocacy, and public awareness are critical in safeguarding the rights of journalists and ensuring the pursuit of truth remains unimpeded by those seeking to conceal their shady activities. So we're going to get into, we want to take a moment. Oh, by the way, you really want to be sure to get those super chats in tonight because I have good news for my audience, but probably bad news for David Wilcock, and that is that we got a new cash clown. You know, AI is doing incredible things. Unfortunately, it's putting a lot of people out of work, may put my little cash clown son out of work. For those unaware, he helps with the bumpers, which we use to thank people. We're a viewer-supported show. We read every single super chat, and we thank every single person. Village Floral House is here with a kind and generous $9.99 super chat and says he can't handle being made fun of or questioned and only likes to be worshipped. He's actually ruining it for the real conspiracy theorists who do real research instead of report their daydreams. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that I disagree. We want to thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. We're a viewer-supported show. And we appreciate all of you. Thank you, Village Floral House, for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
We've got a whole bunch of them, so get those super chats in, and I will be sure. Oh, look at that. We've already got another one. Go Kicks Rocks. Yes, says, dude, this is ridiculous. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. I agree. For those unaware, I was at my cabin on Sunday, and my phone blew up, and I'm trying to pack my car and get out of there. But of course, I had to stop what I was doing and listen in, and I was just blown away by the stupidity of David Wilcock. He literally, on a public live stream, accused me of being a Satanist and a child predator, and then he claimed I did all of these things that we're going to prove tonight. I didn't do any of them. Thank you, Go Kicks Rocks, for your kindness, generosity, and support, and for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank Ra Almighty. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank Ra Almighty. Praise the cash.
There we go. So there's our new cash clown for those unaware. Get those super chats in. We've got a whole bunch more of them. Sandra McDonald is here, who says, smells like rock on, Stephen from Canada. Smalls the like. I'm not sure what that means, Sandra McDonald. Smalls the like. But thank you for being a member, and thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate you. Sandra McDonald is a YouTube channel member. By the way, if you become a member of our channel during the live broadcast, we give you a big shout out and a praise to cash thank you as well. So hit that join button, and you get some extra exclusives. Thank you, Sandra McDonald, for your kindness, generosity, and support, and of course for helping us to praise the cash.
Ra commands you to bow down and praise the cash.
I think I like this new cash clown better. And by the way, a great deal of what we do here is comedic parody. And by the way, David Wilcock, last I checked, doing comedic parodies is still legal in the United States. So your claims that you're going to get me arrested, that's right, he's getting me arrested, are absolutely ridiculous. And we want to thank Stormcrow, who's also a longtime show supporter and a YouTube channel member, who says, go back to the old cash clown, please. Oh, come on. You don't like this one? All right, maybe you like the next one, Stormcrow. Here we go. Praise the cash, Stormcrow. Thank you.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Praise the cash, Stormcrow. So, along with the new, and by the way, I just want to put also on record that this isn't the first time that somebody tried to sue me into silence. The first was Corey Good. And, you know, people have been very critical. I decided to take those videos down, but most of me took those videos down because another content creator was saying, now, in other words, I didn't really do it. Most of me did it because another content creator was claiming that I was only successful here with my show because I covered Corey Good and he did it first. So I said, okay, I'll take them all down and then I'll get more subscribers and I'll cover other topics and be more successful, you know, and that's what I did. And there was also the threat of lawsuits there. But, you know, that it sets a bad precedent. So I'm here to tell you, and only one case in our entire history did I get a fact really wrong and agreed to take a video down. If I make an egregious factual error, I may take a video down. But going forward, I don't care what threats I get. I'm not taking videos down. People are going to do what they're going to do, and I'm going to defend myself. And they should know that I am going to defend myself incredibly aggressively. And by the way, Wilcock, the gloves will come off. I haven't contacted any law enforcement agencies about your shady business dealings or about your charity. I haven't contacted the IRS. I haven't, you know, been very aggressive. But if you do this, the gloves are coming off, buddy. And by the way, I want to take a moment to thank, I told a bunch of other content creators and journalists and reporters what had happened with Wilcock doing this. We had a tremendous outpouring of support. And I'm also here to tell you that many of the journalists, reporters, and content creators that I talked to said that if Wilcock goes forward with this and tries to step all over my free speech as a journalist, they're going to start covering him. So the Streisand effect, and by the way, I'm thankful for those people and their support. And a few of them, by the way, have huge platforms, huge platforms. So Wilcock, you need to rethink your strategy here, because I think you're dumb as rocks to go through with this, but it is what it is. And one of the things that I think is pretty funny is that Wilcock wants to make completely and totally fake claims about me. And by the way, Wilcock, first of all, you should apologize to me for all your fake claims, especially after you see the evidence I'm going to show you that all of your claims are completely and totally easily proven false. You will be laughed out of court. One of the other issues is he keeps saying I'm doing things with no proof. Somebody tweeted at him something mean. That's Steve Cambian. Somebody called animal control because they felt like he was neglecting or abusing his dog. That's Steve Cambian did that. Somebody, called somebody. He's claiming that it was me. No, you have to prove these things with things like IP information. Can you prove I sent those emails? Can you prove I have, And so let's just get into, first we're going to go over just the claims. These are the claims that David Wilcock has made against me. He claims I had created 40 identities on Twitter. I have no sock puppet accounts. And by the way, Wilcock, if this gets to a legal situation, you're gonna have to subpoena my internet records, and that will confirm I have no alt Twitter accounts. None. You blocked me years ago. I can't respond to anything you tweet or any of your Twitter threads because I don't have any sock or fake accounts. I do know who does, and they've admitted so on Twitter. So you blamed me for having all these identities. It's somebody else. I'm not going to throw them under the bus. I have no obligation to help David Wilcock track down his trolls and sue them too. He claimed I attacked people who left comments on his Twitter. I can't do that. I'm blocked and I don't have any alt accounts. At Stephen Cambian. By the way, follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambian. That's my only Twitter account. I don't have any others. And Wilcock or anybody else is free to subpoena all my internet records, and that will confirm I don't have any Twitter accounts other than at Stephen Cambian. That's my only one. He claims I sent 2 emails to animal control in his city. That's completely and totally false. We tracked down who sent those emails. We're going to share with you the evidence. Got you. If you like gotcha moments, we're going to have a lot of them against Wilcock tonight because he's so piss poor, stupid, and dumb. It's easy to catch him lying. Usually it's when his lips are moving. He claimed I was a problem with him for 10 years, but I didn't start my show, my original audio podcast show, for something like 7 years ago. So he's completely and totally wrong in that claim. He claims I went to his house. I didn't go to his house. I know who did, and we're going to share the evidence with all of you tonight that will prove that is a false claim. He says I am subject to be arrested for having him swatted. Anybody's free to call the Colorado police in his local jurisdiction. David Wilcock lied through his fake teeth. He was not swatted. An animal control officer left a card at his door saying, please call me. That's the reality of what happened. He wasn't swatted. Why are you claiming you were swatted on a public live stream? Do you think nobody's going to call the police and check if they swatted you, David Wilcock? You dumb as rocks idiot. All right, I'm getting upset. I apologize for calling him dumb as rocks, and I apologize for calling him an idiot. I don't want this to get personal. Let's try to keep this business-like, because this may be part of courtroom, evidence. He claims I took full credit for the swatting attack with 4 new aliases. No, I didn't, but we know who did, and we're going to show you, and that is a completely and totally false claim. He claims I filed fake lawsuits against him from Holland and another country. Completely and totally false, and we have proof of that as well. He says I am knowingly trying to destroy him. Well, Mr. Wilcock, no, I am accurately reporting on your shady business dealings. And if somebody pulling the rug back and showing all the dirt you've been hiding is enough to destroy you, I don't know what to tell you, but it's never my intention. My intention is to seek truth, to bring people the truth behind your various claims over the years. He says I made threats against him on June 29th, 2024, between 4:45 p.m. and 5 p.m. That's impossible, and I'm going to show you all why. He claimed I was rude and abusive to a sloth organization. No, I called that organization to ask them why they were connected to David Wilcock's charity. I wasn't rude, aggressive, and I certainly, this is how ridiculous David Wilcock is. He claims at the end of the phone call, I said something like, I hope all those sloths die. How childish and stupid are you? And by the way, David Wilcock, I record all my calls. I'm not releasing that until we get to a courtroom. Generally, I'm in a two-party consent state. So what I generally do is when I'm calling is I just say something like, my calls may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. You okay with that? I've never had somebody say no. So I've got to go through my archives, but every time I do an investigation, just to prevent false claims like you just made, I generally have a recording. He claims that I am all these different people on the internet. We're going to show you the proof that I am not. So, but the first thing, I'm going to wait to show the proof, and I'll show the proof of these things as we're going through the video. But before the video of him making these completely and totally false claims. But, just to summarize, David Wilcock claims he is suing me for all of these things. I created 40 identities, easily provable false claim. He says I attack people who left comments on his Twitter, easily provable false claim. He says I sent 2 emails to animal control in his city. I have on the record statements from the people that sent those 2 emails to animal control in his city. That's a false claim. He claimed I was been a problem for him for 10 years. The math doesn't add up. That's a false claim. He claims I went to his house. I'm going to show you who went to his house. It was a filmmaker and Spooky, who, by the way, happens to do graphics here. And by the way, I want to thank all those people who stepped up and said, we can't let David Wilcock make these false claims about Steve Cambian. He's claiming Steve Cambian is doing things that I did or saying things that I said. He claims I'm subject to being arrested for having him swatted. Anybody can call the local police. He wasn't swatted. That's a completely and totally false claim. He says I took full credit for a swatting attack on 4 new aliases. Didn't do that. Provably false claim. He says I filed fake lawsuits against him from Holland and another country. Prove it. Prove it. Prove my IP on an alt account or whatever. Subpoena my internet records. I did not file any fake lawsuits or real lawsuits or anything. I've never been to Holland. Don't know much about Holland except for the wooden shoes. That's a completely and totally false claim. I am knowingly lying, trying to destroy him. No, I've never knowingly lied. I guess you'll have to take my word for that. We generally show evidence of our claims. He says I made death threats against him on June 29th, 2024, between 4:45 p.m. and 5 p.m. When you see the evidence I have to prove that that's a complete, you're going to laugh. Claims I was rude and abusive to a sloth organization. Well, I got to dig out the recording, but I can prove that as a completely and totally false claim. He claims I'm all these different people on the internet. Those people are standing up and saying, Steve Cambian didn't do that. I did that. He's not all these people. So essentially, Wilcock is saying he's going to sue me and get me arrested for all these things that are completely and totally easily provable false claims. Wilcock, you are not smart enough to do this with me. My advice to you is to take down that video and issue a public apology. I haven't decided what I'm going to do. I'm well within my rights to contact YouTube and demand that they give you a community guideline strike for associating my name, a man who volunteers for children's charities, multiple children's charities, by the way, Wilcock. Unlike your fake charitable work, I do real charitable work, and I don't collect hundreds of thousands of dollars for my charitable work and then spend it all on myself. What was that? $5,000 for meals and entertainment for you and your wife in 1 calendar year? Another false claim. He claimed that I called an accounting firm and demanded his records. Yeah, I demanded the charity records. It's law in the United States. If you run a charity, you have to release those 990 forms. He's only released 2 or 4 years. I called the charity, I called his accounting firm, his one-time accounting firm. I don't believe they work for him anymore. And I asked them to send me the other 2 990 forms. Crickets. They refused, which means David Wilcock is in violation of federal charity law, to the best of my understanding, but I'm not a lawyer. All I know is that a charity is required by law to give their 990 forms. For those unaware, the 990 forms show how much money a charity took in and what they spent it for. They got to file it every year, and it's public information. If any member of the public asks a charity for that 990 form, they're required by law to give it to them. David Wilcock and his accounting firm have so far refused to provide the other 2 years of the 990 forms. So what we have here is a case of ridiculous nonsense from David Wilcock, who is basically claiming that I did all these terrible things to him with no evidence, no proof. But I'm going to prove many of the things that he claimed I did are completely and totally false. But before we get to that, I mentioned that David Wilcock should take his video down and issue a public apology before I take action. I haven't decided what I'm going to do. I don't know how aggressive I'm going to be, but I'm feeling a little bit aggressive. I wish I would have got that clip. Remember Dr. Banner, Bruce Banner? Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry, right? I haven't decided what I'm going to do, but my advice to him is to take the video down or private it. You already made your money. By the way, he was collecting super chats the entire time he was slandering me with completely and totally easily provable false claims. Is that what your life is, David Wilcock? Lying to people for money? Because that's what you just did on your latest live stream. But I thought, what if there was a way that I could get David Wilcock to finally start telling the truth? And then I remembered I have a background in computer science. I have a great deal of AI tools at my disposal. So we created a David Wilcock AI with one change. It's patterned after him. It's patterned after his behavior, after his speech patterns, and more. Haven't quite got his voice cloned yet, but Mr. Ian did. And in the future, when I make these Wilcock videos, they'll have his voice cloned. So I wanted to see, wouldn't it be great if David Wilcock started telling the truth? Like in this situation where he slandered me on a public live stream and made all these false accusations. What if he had to admit that he got it all wrong? Wouldn't that be great? I think so. So take a listen as David Wilcock finally tells the truth, friends.
I just wanted to publicly apologize. Turns out I made many slanderous and false statements on my latest live stream. Looks like I totally didn't get my facts right, and I falsely accused someone of many heinous things that he did not do. I just wanted to say I'm sorry since it was wrong to do that. I said I was going to get Stephen Cambian arrested. The truth is that he is an honest and well-respected investigative journalist. By making phone calls and fact-checking the things I say on my show, he is just doing his job, which is covering New Age, UFO, and conspiracy land topics on his show. I was wrong when I said he told Christopher Besker he was working for the Washington Post. The truth is, Stephen Cambian has a written agreement with a Washington, D.C.-based news organization, but not the Washington Post. When he called Christopher Besker, he gave his correct press credentials. If I sue him, Stephen can show everyone in court his written agreement with the Washington, D.C.-based news organization he has a written contract to produce written articles for. Then everyone will see his genuine press credentials and know he'd have no reason to lie about his press credentials. If I sue Stephen, I'd be proving that I am attempting to silence an investigative journalist who is writing a story about me and Stavati Aerospace. That's right. If reporters call and ask questions or try and fact-check me or Stavati Aerospace, I'm just going to sue them into silence or die trying. I claimed Stephen sent me multiple death threats on June 29th between 4 and 5 p.m. It turns out Stephen could not have sent anything to me during that time. He was at a pond at his cabin teaching his son to fish. His public X post confirmed that. He sent no messages other than those tweets all day. His phone log shows on that date he sent no text messages, had no voice calls, and sent no emails. His only activity was to post to X of his sons and him fishing at the pond next to his cabin. His phone was in airplane mode most of the weekend. He unplugs from the web at the cabin as much as he can. I also accused Stephen of calling animal control on me, but it turns out neither of the people who contacted animal control was Stephen. He was able to track down who sent those messages to animal control, proving, once again, I was completely and totally wrong to accuse Stephen of sending those messages. Now you may be wondering, how many times can I get my facts wrong in one live stream? It turns out I got everything about Stephen wrong. I collected super chats while I was telling my audience complete and total lies about Stephen Cambian of truth seekers. I profited from fake facts and misinformation. So every threat of lawsuits I make, you have to keep in mind, I'm threatening to sue a reporter who has been asking questions about my business dealings. All his reports have been factual and accurate. I can't attack his facts, so I'll just call him a satanic pedophile. That worked great for Corey. Wow, yeah, that worked out great for Corey Good. Maybe this is a bad plan. After all, if I sue Stephen Cambian, I'll be giving him subpoena power over all my records. Then I'll have to sit in a deposition for an entire day while he and his lawyer get to ask me any questions they want to. Maybe this is a bad plan. Maybe I shouldn't have lied that I got swatted too. After all, anyone can call and check and find out that is another fake fact I used to collect super chats with. Wow. Yeah, I guess I should probably stop threatening to sue reporters covering me. This could end badly for me. I made many false claims on my last live stream. I got almost all my facts wrong, even though I claim I am such a great researcher. The truth is, I made it all up. I conflated multiple people into one main villain I could sell to my dumb as rocks audience. They ate it up. Facts don't matter. Praise the cash. I collected a lot of super chats giving my audience completely fake information. I made many claims, but I can't prove any of them. Meanwhile, Stephen can disprove many of them. He's going to show evidence that I lied to my audience. Again, he's proven I lie to my audience many times. Stephen Cambian is a great reporter. He reported on the Emery Smith PayPal thing, the Pete Peterson GoFundMe thing, my charity, my shady aerospace company, and more. In fact, this reporter is so good, I'm going to have to hire lawyers to shut him down. His fact-based reporting is affecting my grift. So like I said, I'm going to have to apologize in advance for what happens next, but I just can't let a reporter this good keep reporting on me. I'm sorry I lied about him, but the grift has to go on. Nothing can stop the grift. Praise the cash and praise the grift, bitches. I got to take Stephen down.
All right. And that, of course, is fair use. It's a comedic parody, Mr. Wilcock, and that's still legal. And by the way, I forgot to mention, but should any lawsuits come my way, actually, it's not one deposition he'll have to sit for. He'll have to sit for two, because upon receiving a lawsuit from Mr. Wilcock, I will immediately countersue him. And included in that countersuit, I'm going to want the money for the donuts. I bought donuts. There were supposed to be police knocking on my door from Colorado today to arrest me for making YouTube video. I bought donuts, David Wilcock. I saved the receipt. Any expenses related to your false claims, I'm going to put in the countersuit. So 2 depositions, 2 full days of questioning David Wilcock. Imagine what that would be. And also, I will petition the court to allow me to film everything. You're allowed to film depositions. They become public record. I'll film it all, and I will make it all public, along with any records that I obtained from my subpoenas. He's not smart enough to do this with me, but he can try. I would highly suggest that he just apologize and take the video down. He got it wrong, Mr. Wilcock. And by the way, do I think he's going to apologize? Absolutely not, because he's either, and by the way, I'm not diagnosing him. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but I've read a lot of books on psychology. David Wilcock has an inability to apologize when he does something wrong. Clearly, calling me a satanic P word is wrong and inaccurate and complete and utter horseshit. Honestly, you know, a normal person, if they did that in error, they would apologize for it. He's not going to apologize for it. A normal person making all of these provably false claims, and we're going to prove it next. I've got a lot of receipts here. We're going to share them all. A normal person who got something so incredibly wrong and damaged somebody's reputation lying about them while collecting super chats would apologize for it. Remember, he's supposed to be so spiritually evolved. He's supposed to be Edgar Casey reincarnated, and he's supposed to be talking to angels. By the way, did the Archangel Michael tell you to call me a Satanist? David Wilcock? Would an angel tell you to call somebody the P word that volunteers for children's charities? And let's be clear, do you have any idea how damaging somebody making that accusation, even an accusation of that, against somebody who volunteers for multiple children's charities? You want to talk about emotional distress, right? You want to talk about slander and how you're going to sue me? I think you better rethink things, because I certainly have an actionable case based on your latest video, Mr. Wilcock. And just the amount of false claims he made against me, besides the Satanist and other stuff, the provably false claims, we're going to go through them all. We're going to go through his video. And by the way, this is fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. I'll put my banner up. And I'm responding to completely and totally false claims. So this is definitely covered under fair use. We're going to be discussing the video. I'm going to be critiquing the things he's saying. I'm going to be showing you proof that his claims are completely and totally false. And we're going to move on from there. But anybody who falsely copyright claims me should know that lawyer letters are standing by, and I win every one of them. By the way, another thing, David Wilcock, I believe, sent one of his unhinged followers into our chat who threatened me and our channel in our live chat, and then filed false copyright claim. We appealed and we won. Talk about being under threat, right? I'm under legal threats here. I'm under threat of getting arrested. People are attacking my YouTube channel, which is the primary source of my business's income at the moment. Talk about being under threat. But we want to take a moment before we begin the video to thank some very kind and generous people. We've got Beverly Hassel with a kind and generous $5 super chat. Says, Wilcock is mental and your laugh is the best. Well, thank you for that. We appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. Beverly Hassel, thanks for helping us to praise the cash. Thank them, Davey.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right, and we've got one more kind and generous benefactor. Let me grab that one. Thank you. Emma Starr, good to see you. We're kind of generous, $2 Australian, says, love you, Stephen. Wilcock is a clown. Well, we love all of you kind and generous benefactors, and we thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash. Thank him, Davina.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Praise the cash, Emma Starr. Thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. And it looks like I have two more of those praise the cash bumpers. So get those super chats in. We'll try not to interrupt the video too much, but I'm going to have to. We're going with a mirrored. For those unaware, we go with a mirrored copy of Mr. Wilcock's video. Because he's got ads every 5 minutes and it's very distracting. Okay, so we're going to begin at about 2 hours and 30 minutes into his latest live stream. So for those unaware, apparently Animal Control visited David Wilcock's house. He then turned that into, I called Animal Control or emailed Animal Control and got him swatted somehow. But anybody can call the local police and confirm he was not swatted. The only thing that happened is that an animal control officer left a business card on his door, which he essentially admits in this video. It's just bizarre that he's blaming me for all of these things. But to be clear, I believe that this is all theater for David Wilcock. Well, it's not theater to me. You called me a Satan worshiper and a child predator, David Wilcock. That's not theater. That's not art. There's consequences to your actions. So again, my advice to him is to issue a public apology. He can do it anywhere he wants. All he has to say is, I got my facts wrong about Steve Cambian. And I apologize. And I'll forgive him. I really will. I try to be a good Christian, and that includes forgiveness. No, I'm not a Satanist. I was raised Catholic. I consider myself, well, I'm sort of a jack of all trades when it comes to spirituality. I'm really into, I'm still a Christian, or try to be, and I'm really into Buddhism as well. Definitely not a Satanist, though, Mr. Wilcock, despite your various claims. And what's his evidence for me being a Satan worshiper? I wore a devil mask once, and you guys are all familiar with that. UFO Lucifer. All right, so this is a mirrored copy, and
euphoric, and he.
All right, we're going to back it up a little bit. So he claims, first of all, that I'm his stalker and that I emailed Boulder Animal Control. Those claims are completely and totally false, and I have proof of that, which we're going to show you in a moment. Yeah, let's get to the video, though, and hear what Mr. Wilcock has to say about me being a supervillain that's doing all these things, which we can prove other people did.
From this lady who will...
All right, let me back it up just a little bit more. I apologize.
Speaker next week. They say it takes 1 to 2 weeks. So that is going to be happening. 1 week would be this coming Monday, tomorrow, but it could be next Monday. I'm going to spread the ashes here on the land. I've had a lot of time to grieve.
Yes, and for those unaware, apparently David Wilcock has been saying his dog was dying for quite some time. People felt concerned and they contacted animal welfare. Everybody on Twitter was saying, why isn't he taking the dog to a veterinarian and getting it medical attention? That's why people were concerned. And so people emailed Boulder County Animal Control. But to be clear and to put it on the record, I have never contacted Boulder Animal Control. I did not send them an email. I didn't call them, text them, communicate with them in any way whatsoever. But I do have proof of who did send those emails, and we're going to show it to you shortly.
That's why I'm not crying now. But anyway, getting back to our narrative, I had never been so happy to get barked.
Notice he calls it a narrative.
At by the hellhounds, as I sometimes called them, because it meant they were alive, and that was the only dogs I was concerned about. So I'm like, okay, the dogs next door are alive. They didn't get killed. Thank God there isn't any other death besides the death that I just had to go through. I don't know what the heck this is. So I came back to the house, and now...
Yeah, he's confused over why Animal Control left a card on his door saying, call me.
I had these text messages on my phone from this lady who we'll call Sadie. And she's actually the supervisor of that whole animal welfare division. And
if she's a public information, she's a public figure. Why can't you name her? Is it because you maybe don't want people to call her and fact check the lies that are spewing out of your mouth right now?
And she's a military veteran. And so I called her. She left me a text, and then I called her, and she tells me that she'd gotten these 2 different emails, and that the emails, and then I had her read them to me, and they were totally defamatory lies. They painted me as some type of criminal or villain.
By the way, I just want to put this out there, David Wilcock. You are so stupid. Do you realize that emails sent to a government organization are FOIA-able? And I haven't filed the FOIA requests or right to know requests yet, but I will. And then we're all going to see those emails. So these statements you're making, they better be accurate. I'm going to show the world what those emails really said. It slipped my mind, but I know who sent them. Maybe I can get the people who sent them to give me copies of the emails they sent to the Boulder County Animal Control officer, because he's claiming that they're defamatory, and I don't think they are.
They said that I wasn't feeding the dog. They said that she was having very nasty tremors, which was not true. That I hadn't fed her, that I was starving her, that they were concerned about the dog. I said, look, I know who this is. It's this guy, Steven. I've got an enormous amount of evidence. Let me send you the evidence, just a little.
Yes, his evidence is out of context 5-year-old tweets. That's his evidence. He has no evidence that I sent those emails, but I have evidence that I did not. The people who sent those emails contacted me and said, I sent that email. We have 2 people. I'm going to show you the proof of that.
A little bit, because we're going to have to sue him anyway. We're already working on that. He can't stop. He creates 40 identities a week, blah, blah, blah. We've been dealing with this for
like 10 years. It's actually.
I did not create 40 identities on Twitter. I have no alt accounts. And if he subpoenas my IP records, that will confirm that I have only one Twitter account. It's at Stephen Cambian. By the way, you should follow me if you enjoy this kind of content. I would appreciate it.
More like 7 years, as much as I can trace.
Oh, well, there he goes. He said 10 years, more like 7 years. That might be the first time that I ever covered Wilcock was that long ago. I'd have to check my records.
So again, he emailed the animal welfare to try to get me swatted. She had left this business card on my front door, but it was on Tuesday. So by the time he didn't know this, because I had left a 48-hour period of silence.
Yeah, so David Wilcock put his own dog down. He had the dog euthanized. And he's going to take a big victory lap, like, oh, he called animal control after I already put the dog down. You know, I don't know the exact sequence of events, but what I do know is that I was not the person who sent the emails to animal control. So 1 second here. Here, I'm going to share my tab. So the provably false claims, David Wilcock claimed that I, Stephen Cambian, called or emailed, I should say, animal control to report him for cruelty or neglect or whatever. No, this is Osiris Christensen. That's his real name. And here he is on Twitter admitting that he was one of the people who emailed animal control. He says, even if I did take Gurley to the vet before I contacted Colorado Animal Control, he was still neglecting his dog probably for months. I did say that he would try to spin this all in classic David fashion. And Macario says, tonight he said she has been having issues for the past 3 years. And by the way, I'm not going to take any position on whether David Wilcock was neglecting or abusing his animal. That's out of the scope. You know, honestly, I don't care, but I do care that Mr. Wilcock is making provably false claims. Here he just said that I emailed animal control under 2 pseudonyms. These are not pseudonyms. These are these people's real name. Osiris Christensen admitting on Twitter and admitted to me in DMs, he is one of the people who emailed Colorado Animal Control. There's the proof that your claim is false, David Wilcock. Are you going to apologize for falsely claiming on a public live stream that I emailed animal control? I did not email anybody. I did not email anybody at animal control. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous that I have to do this. It's ridiculous that some DEF level celebrity that was on a failed fake television show, Ancient Aliens. It's ridiculous that I have to prove this. So remember, 2 people emailed animal control. We've shown you the one. Here's the second one. This is Macario, who got doxxed by David Wilcock with his real name and information on a previous live stream. Osiris Christensen, who is one of the people who emailed Colorado Animal Control, says Stephen did not call animal control on him. And Macario, at Macario Mend, says he sure didn't. I just let Stephen know that I also messaged animal protection. I was the one that was talking to Shadows of Ezra in the DMs, and one of the emails read on his live stream was mine. He used my real name and accused me of a few things. Yeah, so just in case he goes on to say something like, just in case he ever sues Stephen Cambian, that claim is false. I emailed Colorado Animal Control. Now, remember what I told you. David Wilcock is creating a fake supervillain for theater for his dumb as rocks, stupid as dirt followers. And they ate this up. There's a bad guy coming after David Wilcock. No, I'm not the bad guy. I didn't email animal control, David Wilcock. So you're going to sue me when there's people publicly acknowledging that they're the people who sent the emails, and you're going to sue me for sending emails to Colorado Animal Control? Or do you really want to get laughed out of court? Are you this stupid? Remember, no matter how stupid you think David Wilcock is, he's even stupider than that. And let's talk for just a moment also about how Mr. Wilcock keeps claiming in this live stream that I am multiple different individuals. Well, I have proof that I am not those individuals because the Hidden Podcast spoke to several individuals. He says, "Hey, man, sorry you have to deal with this nonsense. David has brought up both Pedro Mendoza and John Christian Spadavaccia as being alt accounts of yours. I have communicated privately with both of those individuals and know them not to be you. I'll send screenshots of them having joined our Patreon on different dates that are years apart. Excuse the awful redaction. I'm doing this on my phone." So thank you to the Hidden in Plain Sight podcast. If you have a chance, be sure that you check out their podcast, which also critically covers David Wilcock and has uncovered a lot of the same things I did. Are you suing them, David Wilcock? You know, and it's also ridiculous. David Wilcock has claimed that things that John Christian Spadavaccia did or emails he sent or calls he made was me. How can that be true? I interviewed John Christian Spadavaccia on our show here. How did I pull that off, David Wilcock, if John Christian Spadavaccia is me? He was on my show live with me. We did the show live, and I interviewed him. We had a 2-hour conversation. If I'm John Christian Spadavaccia, how did I interview myself with 2 different voices? David Wilcock, explain that one to your dumb as rocks, stupid as dirt followers. How dare you make these false accusations against me that are so easily provable? How dare you claim you're getting me arrested or you're suing me because I'm doing all these things? It's multiple people. He's conflating everyone and blaming me for everything negative or critical that people are saying on the internet about him. I never would welcome a frivolous lawsuit, but I would love to see the jury's face when I show all my evidence that David Wilcock I'm going to bring clown shoes to court and hand them to David Wilcock. He deserves clown shoes for this stunt. And he's so desperate for money that he has to make up this false narrative. Notice at the beginning of his spiel, he said it was a narrative and collect money while damaging my reputation. By the way, David Wilcock, you dummy. I don't want to keep getting personal. I apologize for calling him a dummy. I have a wife and children, and you called me a child predator on a public live stream. I volunteer for children's charities, and you called me a child predator on a public live stream. Are you going to apologize? Are you going to do the right thing and apologize and take that video down? Or are you going to double down on your nonsense? The choice is yours. Make your choice carefully, though. So we'll go back to the video. We're just getting started. There's so many false claims here, and I have evidence that proves a great deal of it is completely and totally false.
I knew this guy was going to try to do something because he's been very, very aggressive. I mean, he is constantly hitting my page. So I said, I'm
not hitting his page. I think he means his Twitter page. Just to be clear, I am hidden from David Wilcock's YouTube channel, which means if I were to leave a comment on one of his videos, nobody would see it. I am blocked by David Wilcock on Twitter, which means I cannot hit his page, reply to any of his threads or any of his posts. And I do not, once again, I'm putting it on the record, I do not have any alt Twitter accounts. So it would be impossible for me to do these things that he's claiming.
When the Trump shooting happened, he was like practically euphoric, and he just attacked every single person who wrote a comment on that page. Just bang, 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 right down the list. Boom, boom. I mean, every single one. It's like, wow.
No, that wasn't me. I know who it was, but it wasn't me.
Wow, this guy's nuts. What is going on here? He's so excited about the idea that I would feel nervous because what if what happened to T could happen to me? So he's just going crazy with all this hatred. So of course the emails are him. And I'm like, yeah, this is what he does. We've got it's too much evidence. So how do you condense it down into a written document?
He said, of course the emails are me.
He's been doing this.
He said, of course the emails are me, Stephen Cambian. But we just showed you that the people who emailed Colorado Animal Welfare admitted that they did it. We have the 2 people who sent the emails, and neither of them is me. So you're completely and totally wrong, David Wilcock, just like you're wrong about Ascension, Corey Good, the fake Pete Peterson, fake government whistleblower. Oh, and he's calling me the P word. I want to put that on the record. This is important. He called me the P word on his public live stream. And what people need to know is that while he was working for Project Camelot, David Wilcock worked with and profited from Bill Bruckbrader, who was a court-martialed child predator, proven, and is to this day, I believe, a fugitive from justice for not registering in the state that he lives as a child predator. David Wilcock, dumb as rocks as he is, interviewed a convicted child predator and pretended he was a secret space program insider. You remember that, David? So maybe you shouldn't be making P-word accusations at me. Then he's also very proud of hanging out with Steven Tyler at some charity event. Hey, David Wilcock, did you know that Steven Tyler once adopted a 14-year-old girl so he could fuck her, right? But I'm the P-word. I don't think you want to go there with me, Mr. Wilcock. I don't hang out with people, but apparently you do. You work with them, you hang out with them, right? And you're gonna cast aspersions. Boy, talk about glass houses. I've never hung out with somebody that adopted a 14-year-old girl so he could bang her. I've never hung out with, worked with, or profited from a court-martialed child molester, but you did that, Mr. Wilcock, didn't you? That's the truth. How dare you accuse me of that? I have a wife. I have children of my own. How dare you go on a public live stream? Take that video down, Mr. Wilcock, or deal with the consequences. Let's continue.
For so long. Like, I don't even know where to begin. He does a new video every week. He's been doing it for like...
Yeah, we cover, when you do a live stream, we do a live stream covering it. When you weren't doing videos, I didn't cover you at all. And here he's going to say most of my videos are about him. No, maybe 2% of our total video output is about him. We cover all topics in conspiracy land, not just him.
Like 7 years. We have so many pieces of evidence. What do you even start with? So here's the thing. The business card was arrived on Tuesday. I didn't let people know that she was dead because I figured, Steven's probably going to do something with this. So let me just keep it quiet, and I'm going to keep it to myself, and I'm not going to announce it until Wednesday.
And by the way, I just also want to put on record that I once had to put a dog down. It was one of the worst things that ever happened to me. My father had this beautiful Malamute husky named Casey. Actually, his name was Sir Casey of Rockmount. He was like had this whole pedigree. He won all these dog shows. He was the most beautiful dog and kindest dog that I've ever known in my life. And my father died. I took the dog in, but by that time he was like 15 years old and he was getting really sick. He had hip dysplasia and many other things. He had incontinence, a lot of the things that Wilcock is describing his dog. They have similar problems. I think his was a German Shepherd. They have similar problems to Malamute Huskies. But anyway, I would never, ever make light of somebody having to put their dog down because I had a tremendously horrible experience with that myself. I felt so bad because I felt like that dog was like the only thing that I had left from my father who had passed away. And it was so terrible, I couldn't take him. I couldn't do it. My brother had to take him. I spent my last day with that dog in the park, his favorite park by our house. And I cried my eyes out like a child. I cried my eyes out apologizing to him, but he was in such pain and suffering. He used to wake up screaming. He couldn't get up sometimes because his hips were so bad. I would never make light of anybody having to do that to their dog. For him to act like I'm taking joy in this or I'm going to use this as an opportunity to attack him is completely and totally false. Would never do that.
So by the time the officer had arrived, she had already been euthanized. So then this card was this is an up close version of it, and I had to block out some things. So again, Steven doesn't stalk her.
That's a public officer. It wouldn't be stalking. And by the way, I haven't done any fact checking on the things he's claiming here, but I will, David Wilcock. If you don't take that video down, I'm going to fact check everything that you said in this video. Or I'm going to hire another journalist to do it so that you can't claim I'm stalking you or harassing you or whatever. But we're going to get to the truth. We're also going to FOIA all the records about this event from the local officials. Do you realize as you're lying on a public live stream about being swatted that there's records that are going to prove that that never happened?
And then it says, please call. Now, it turns out that the geometry of that badge showed up.
Now we got to connect it to crop circles.
Exactly the same geometry showed up on the exact same day. When you see it, you are going to be blown away. It is so amazing. So I didn't know that until Wednesday after I actually first posted.
You got to connect it to crop circles for as dumb as
then I was
rocks,
checking my email,
stupid
and
as
somebody
dirt
else
followers.
had made a web post about this new crop formation. I looked at it, and immediately I'm like looking at the business card, and then I'm looking at the crop formation. I'm like, oh my God. Plus, it was already weird enough with the blue tape, which was the same as the catheter. They had blue tape on Gurley's arm for the catheter.
This guy's such a conspiracy theorist. He has to connect all kinds of dots that don't exist. I don't know why, but he's constantly connecting dots that don't exist.
They used to introduce this anesthetic. So again, as I said, the attack came from 2 emails loaded with flagrant provable lies. They were wildly defamatory.
Well, Mr. Wilcock, why don't you publish those emails and we'll see if they were defamatory or if they were just 2 people who are hearing you talk about your very sick dog on your live stream that they believed you weren't taking proper care of and contacted the authorities. Let's see the emails. Just so you know, Mr. Wilcock, I'm going to FOIA you and I'm going to get those emails and I'm going to publish them here.
Completely full of nonsense. And again, multiple lies that are just so easy to prove. And she'd already spoken to the vet and everything, so she knew that it was legit. So now she's like, wow, this guy is really out to get you. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's hard to explain to somebody. People don't even believe that somebody would go this nuts.
Throughout this entire live stream, David Wilcock is saying that the local officials said all kinds of things. We're going to find out if they said those things, David. And then what are you going to say? We're going to get on the record comments from them. We're going to find out if you were sending them pictures of me in a devil mask from 3 years ago, claiming that I was stalking you. And that would be added to our countersuit because that's defamatory. I'm not stalking you. I'm covering you as a journalist.
So I explained to her the 10-year problem that we have, about 10 years. And then I ended up talking to her later on. She ended up telling everybody in the office about this. That this is what this guy's doing. So now it's like everybody in the whole Boulder Police Department knows about Stephen because we're expecting that if he keeps doing what he's already doing, it's just going to escalate more and more. What's he going to do next? He's going to try to get a whole SWAT team out here, or he might come out here in person, which he's now subject to immediate arrest if he does.
And by the way, Mr. Wilcock also claims in this video that I was at his house. I've never been to Colorado. I may have driven through Colorado on the way to California, but I've never stopped anywhere near Mr. Wilcock's home. You know, it's just completely and totally ridiculous. These are false claims.
He's subject to immediate arrest if he calls a SWAT in. He's actually taken public credit for doing all this stuff. You can believe that. So,
yeah, and here we go again. He says this is a completely and totally provably false claim. David Wilcock right here says, I publicly took credit for writing those emails to Boulder County Animal Control. Show the screenshots. Where are your receipts, David Wilcock? You are so bad at this. You are definitely not smart enough to do this with me. You're saying that I publicly admitted it. No, a Twitter sock puppet account admitted it. And I don't have Twitter sock puppet accounts. Those Twitter accounts are not mine. You know, in court, you're going to have to show IP information and track those accounts directly to me, or that's a false claim. All of your claims are false, Mr. Wilcock. Take your video down, apologize, and move on with your grifting. That's my advice.
I don't know why. I feel really sorry for him. I mean, I think he's funny. He actually does make me laugh. I think he's kind of an amicable character in some ways. He does have some comedy in what he does.
Oh, yeah. Flatter me as you're threatening to get me arrested and sued. Great.
I don't hate him. I don't even dislike him. But I also can't continue to let this go on and be threatened, and he's trying to make me sad. I mean, I've been thinking about this all week.
Oh, yeah. My whole life revolves around trying to make David Wilcock sad. No offense, David Wilcock, you are sad. You're sad enough. I would never want to make you sadder. Look at your life. You've spent decades of your life lying to people for money. You've spent 5 years selling fake secret space program stories from Corey Good, the astronaut. You spent how long selling fake stories from Pete Peterson, the fake government whistleblower that never worked for the government. You worked with a child P, court-martialed predator related to children in the form of Bill Brockbrader. Your wife left you because you can't make her come, right? That's why his life, did you know that? Well, rumors. There's rumors that David Wilcock's wife left him because he could never make her come. And she's a woman warrior. You got to make a woman come or they leave, right? David Wilcock, you are sad. You're sad enough. I don't need to attack you to make you sad.
But wait do you see this crop circle? This is so amazing.
Oh, again with the crop
So again,
circle.
now everybody in the police department knows nobody's against me. They're all on my side. Absolutely 100%. They're veterans. They love my military company.
And by the way, just to be clear, if he's telling the Boulder County Police all of this false information about me, isn't that covered under filing false report to the police? Couldn't you face legal consequences for that, Mr. Wilcock? Are you really that stupid that you told the Boulder County Police that I emailed those emails? We've just proven that wasn't me. You told the Boulder County Police that I issued death threats at a time that I could not have, and I'm going to prove that as well.
Guy's doing. So now it's like everybody in the whole Boulder Police Department knows about Stephen.
And that's slander. You slandered me to a public police organization. You told the police completely and totally fake and false information about me. Easily proven fake and false information about me. How much is your house worth, David? Isn't it $2 million? Right? Dave Grush just filed a $2.5 million lawsuit against somebody that he felt harmed by.
Because we're expecting that if he keeps doing what he's already doing, it's just going to escalate more and more. What's he going to do next? He's going to try to get a whole SWAT team out here.
Yeah, by the way, Wilcock claims that he was swatted. I'm here to tell you that if somebody calls animal control on you, they don't send a SWAT team to deal with that.
Or he might come out here in person, which he's now subject to immediate arrest if he does. He's subject to immediate arrest if he calls a SWAT in. He's actually taken public credit for doing all this stuff. You can believe that. So
again, I never took public credit. Those are Twitter accounts. I know who they belong to. If I have to go to court, I will reveal it to a court, but I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus. And by the way, there's a reason that people create fake accounts to reply to Mr. Wilcock's threads. And that's because he's such an intellectual weakling and a coward. He can't withstand debate. He just blocks anybody who says anything critical of him. People get pissed off. They make another account and they keep posting. I've never done that, but I have observed this happening. Okay. Let's continue with the false claims.
I don't know why. I feel really sorry for him. I mean, I think he's funny. He actually does make me laugh. I think he's kind of an amicable character in some ways. He does have some comedy in what he does. I don't hate him. I don't even dislike him. But I also can't continue to let this go on and be threatened, and he's trying to make me sad. I mean,
I've never threatened him.
Thinking about this all week. But wait do you see this crop circle? This is so amazing.
Oh, again with the crop
So
circle.
again, now everybody in the police department knows nobody's against me. They're all on my side. Absolutely 100%. They're veterans. They love my military company. We're getting along great. I have everybody's cell phone number.
Do the police know that your military company got called a Ponzi scheme and an investment scam in court documents? Do they know that your shady aerospace company has been taking public investment money from people for 30 years, but apparently have never produced a single airplane product or service? Do they know that your shady aerospace company is being sued by multiple vendors because you took hundreds of thousands of dollars of products and services from vendors and then never paid your bills? Do they know that, Mr. Wilcock?
The exact same day that this card was left, Tuesday, July 23rd, we get the Roman Road crop circle. And it's even interesting, isn't it? Because
oh boy, a circle,
look at
a
that
star,
shape and tell me.
And there was
if
a
that looks
star on the
familiar.
card.
The Roman Road. Well,
How
I was just
incredible.
talking about that the deep state is from Rome. All roads lead to Rome, right? And the Romans came into Great Britain. And so Roman Road was one of the original roads that they built going back to probably around the time of Jesus, back when they started to create this as their financial
I love
center.
how he has to mix in nonsense.
So that's a
with his
weird DS connection. But it's the geometry of this thing that is so crazy. Take a look at it. And first of all, even before we get into the badge, notice that there are again grails If you look at the internal 7-pointed star, the one that's the dark color,
What
the
nonsense.
7 points are actually, they end in these grails that have, cups.
We're going to skip
It was
that.
pentagonal, and it was just like that, including the fact that it's a little bit stretched. But also, don't forget, just the week before, I did a whole elaborate show on Valiant Thor going to the Pentagon as a human extraterrestrial.
He thinks Valiant Thor is real. He's dumb as
there's
rocks.
5 pentagons in there that are all in this white color.
Wow.
So I have to say, looking at this,
Such
it's
a
like so
synchronicity,
amazing.
right?
I now consider this to
Such
be
a
the greatest
synchronicity.
miracle of my entire career. That crop circle showed up on the same day.
This is a
that
it's
this
a
business card
miracle.
was left on my door. And the geometry
He
is
so
the
crazy.
same. You got the 7-pointed star inside the
Astronaut.
circle. I mean, I could not
The crop
believe it.
circle
What do you
doesn't look
guys
like
think?
a
Let's
badge,
hear your
though.
comments.
Yeah.
Somebody said, Miracle Hands, may I request that you lead a group prayer for many thousands of people affected by the Park Fire in Northern California. Over 350. I didn't even know about that. Wow. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. Mr. Floyd Channeling says, yep, I live in Boulder County. That looks familiar. A lot of people are saying, wow, wild, cool. Somebody said, let's go, Brandon. Could be vibrations, hopefully good vibrations. Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, I can't
David Corrin
say
says,
that
is
I
amazing.
disagree with you.
You are still in Rome. What do you think the birth certificate is? And the county means parish. Cool can achieve. He probably envisioned.
I don't care about his stupid followers.
Mind-blowing. The same day, you try. What are the statistical odds of having
Of
this
a star
stuff
crop
show up
circle and you getting a card in your
exact
geez, I think it's
geometry
pretty good odds.
on the
Wilcock.
same exact day? Again,
It's called a
I've
coincidence.
never seen anything like this.
It's called a
And
coincidence.
also, if you look on
He
the
doesn't
left,
believe in a coincidence.
they turn out to be Tesla turbines. We're going to get into that a little bit later. We've still got our full audience here, 4,600 people. Nobody's dropped me. And even just the synchronicity also of competence and communication and character. I mean, yeah, they were great. Everybody was really cool to me. And they've been very supportive on this. So whatever Stephen was trying to achieve, he probably envisioned that the dog was still alive, that the dog's in bad shape, that Boulder is going to tell me that I'm doing something wrong, that they're going to try to take the dog from me. But again, the dog was euthanized on Monday. There was no dog barking when she knocked on the door because Gurley was already gone. And it took a little.
I love how he's doing like a victory celebration because he put his dog down before Boulder County Animal Welfare reached him, right? That's not something to be proud of.
While, I mean, she was a little suspicious at first. And I explained to her the whole thing in detail. She doesn't suspect me of anything. So they know who's responsible. And he really screwed up. I mean, now the police are going to cooperate. They're mad that he did this.
He gave completely and totally false information claiming that I called animal control. By the way, Mr. Wilcock, I'm going to forward the evidence that I did not contact animal control to those proper authorities. And then I'm going to demand that I get all the records of everything that you said about me, because I may have to use that in a countersuit.
We know where he lives. We know he lives in Pennsylvania. We know he lives in Philadelphia.
Yeah, genius of the millennium. He got my state right, but I haven't lived in Philadelphia in 5 or more years. He doesn't even know where I live, but he's going to have Boulder County sheriffs get on a plane and come here and arrest me. He doesn't even know where I live. Great.
Got his address. He's subject potentially to arrest right away because we're going to do an emergency injunction.
Hear that? He's going to do an emergency injunction and I'm getting arrested for making YouTube videos critical of his New Age claims. I'm not allowed to say it's ridiculous that this man is saying that the Archangel Michael told him to take baths in his own piss in order to get superpowers on the internet, or he's going to get me arrested. All of your claims are false, provably false. Do you think that a police in Boulder, Colorado, are going to get on a plane, come here in a place that they don't have jurisdiction and arrest me based on your piss poor fake evidence?
So at this point, the main thing he needs to do is back off.
And here's the threat. Back off and stop making videos about me and I won't sue you. That is what he wants. He wants me to back off and stop covering him. He's trying to scare me into silence. He's trying to shut me up, to shut me down. He's threatening me. This is a direct threat. I will sue you if you don't stop making videos about me. Well, here we are, Mr. Wilcock. I'm making another video about you and how ridiculous, pathological liar you are, and how you profited on a public live stream from telling people I'm a Satan worshiper and I did all these horrible things to you when I can prove that I did not.
Stop attacking me. Don't make a follow-up video. Don't talk about this. But
Well,
if
here we
you do,
are.
whatever you say in the video, we're going to use it in our investigation, okay?
Yeah, I did the investigation for you, Mr. Wilcock. You can use my video. I didn't do any of these heinous things that you're accusing me of. And I've proven that. You're going to use my video in your investigation? I investigated for you. I was not the person who emailed Boulder County Animal Control. I was not the person on those Twitter sock accounts. I did not send you any written communication, to the best of my knowledge, for my entire life. So, great.
I don't have any choice. And they were like, David, why in the world haven't you gone after this guy? I'm like, well, you know, I really hoped that if we just ignored him long enough that he would go away, but we've had to hire 3 different people.
By the way, here's where it gets good. He's had to hire all these people to deal with attacks that he says came from me that I never made. Do you have receipts for all that? Because I'm going to subpoena them if this gets to a legal situation. And I don't think that he hired 3 people to deal with online critics. I really don't.
One of them is not even a person, it's a whole team. We got like 10 people.
Okay, so now he's hired. First, it was 3 people he's hired to deal with my harassing and cyber stalking, right? Now it's 10 people.
Just to stop all these attacks that he's putting on my page, and he's constantly lying.
I think he's confusing me with him. David Wilcock, I can prove that you lie to your audience constantly. You can't prove that I've lied to my audience. We do our very best. And by the way, I have made a few mistakes here, but we issue a retraction and an apology, which is something you should seriously consider, considering how terribly wrong you got all of this.
I've got my ex-wife, Elizabeth, who's ready to say that I did not abuse her. That's one of the things he said. He made.
No, I did not say. I never said that David Wilcock abused his wife. I did say he was mean to her during the live streams. He yelled at her during live streams. Remember that? Somebody else on Twitter, one of the accounts I showed you earlier, said that he was abusive to his wife. I never said that. So again, another false claim. And remember, he's claiming he's going to get me arrested and he's going to sue me, but every claim he has against me falls apart under the least little bit of scrutiny. I can show you who said that on Twitter. It wasn't me. He's blaming me for things that other people are saying on Twitter. Essentially, anybody that tweets something mean that he perceives as mean at him or in one of his Twitter threads, he's blaming me for. That's slander, David Wilcock. I did not say those things. I didn't post those things. And my computer records will prove that if this goes to a legal situation. What are you going to do then? What are you going to tell your dumb as rocks, dumb as dirt followers then?
Death threats. We'll get into all that stuff. Anyway.
Here he said I made death threats against him. This is great. Wait till I show you the proof I have that refutes that I ever made any death threats.
I got some more slides on this. So what an amazing thing from the universe. So Stephen's weird stalking behavior triggered this phenomenal.
Oh yeah, I triggered a
response
crop circle. I triggered a crop circle from the universe.
The higher forces who are doing this stuff had my back. They said, "Don't worry, David. The trumpets of the archangel are blowing. They got the trumpets in there."
Yeah, the archangel really wants you to call people that have wives and children and volunteer for children's charities child predators on the internet. I'm sure the archangel Michael would approve of that, David Wilcock. Like, he doesn't even realize how stupid and ridiculous this is all, right? He doesn't even get it. And what about his followers? They're that dumb. You should see the live chat. They were eating this up. Oh, yeah, Stephen's evil. He should be arrested immediately. But they don't know that all of this is fantasy. All of this is made up nonsense. None of this is true.
You are drinking from the holy grail of knowledge. And we got the Tesla turbines. I'll show you what the turbines are. That's another thing that's just so amazing. I haven't even finished decoding this for you yet. But then also the trumpets and the grails look like the tails of airplanes.
Again with this.
I mean, if you look at it's not exactly the same, okay? But like, you look at the tail end. This is our SM31 stiletto.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's a plastic toy you made on a 3D printer. It looks like a G.I. Joe toy. Cobra! Right? It looks like a Cobra plane.
Okay. You see how there's two fins here, and then there's a line down the middle. Well, you look at this image, and you've got two fins with a line down the middle where each of the grails are. Crazy Silver SC says,
Another
sorry to hear
coincidence.
about your dog. I've been through the same with my dogs and horses in the past. I have a question about the Mandela effect. Do you know what is causing them? Bud Riggs says maybe he will back down now. I don't think he will. He's so excited about trolling. He's so excited about hatred that...
Again, I never trolled him. I reported on him. I investigated his claims. And no, I'm not backing down from doing my job here.
Anytime I pay attention to him, even if it's negative attention, he just wants more and more of it. I mean, it's almost like...
This is the first time he's ever publicly acknowledged me. So this is a completely and totally false statement. Again, he's conflating me with John Christian Spadavaccia and Macario and Osiris Christensen. These are all different people that are saying things or doing things. I didn't do any of those things.
He wants to be arrested. He wants to be
Oh,
sued.
sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody wants to be arrested and sued. Sure.
He wants to be in jail. I don't know why you'd want to mess with your life like this. I mean, to hate somebody this much, to try to get, to try to get me hurt, to try to get my dog hurt.
I don't hate David Wilcock. I'll put that on the record. I hate that he victimizes vulnerable people with fake information, disinformation, and misinformation. I hate that he lies to people for money. I do hate that.
It's really wild, and I kept thinking maybe he'll go away, maybe he'll stop, but he just won't. So again, this event was the greatest miracle of my entire career. It's got the, if you don't look at the wings here,
it's a miracle.
Look at the fins. It's got the
There's
fins.
a crop circle.
Very fascinating.
It matches my G.I. Joe
really
toy.
Similar. I mean,
it's a miracle.
Not exactly the same, but
it's a miracle. Like it matches my G.I. Joe toy.
Like the tail end of an airplane.
Printer.
So yes, this was the greatest miracle of my entire career. I explained the whole story to her.
Yeah,
and then we had another consultation
Charlie.
where I provided her with additional evidence on Wednesday. So just
all right, that's great. So just so David Wilcock is aware, any evidence that you gave the Colorado Sheriff's Office, police, or animal control is FOIA-able. So you're saying you provided additional evidence on Wednesday for her investigation. I'm going to FOIA, and we're going to get those documents, David Wilcock. So if you're bluffing, we're going to know about it. We're going to get the records, and I'm going to share them publicly. How dare you make all these false accusations about me, both on a public live stream and to law enforcement officers?
So, for legal purposes, people know that I'm not making any of this stuff up. Here is the text. So again, I took her to the vet on Monday. I got to black some things out so he doesn't stalk everybody, which he's going to do anyway, probably. He's going to call them up. Oh, my God, David is so evil. No.
No, asking questions is not stalking. And David Wilcock, the only people who fear questions are people with something to hide.
They know who he is now. Hi, David. This is Sadie with Boulder County Sheriff Animal Protection. Just returning your call. Now, by this point, I'd already explained to her the dog was already euthanized, that this was something that had already happened. I was worried that another dog might have been hurt, and that's thankfully not what it was. So she was already figuring out that these emails were fake, and somebody had called in a fake hit on me, but she had to follow up. So she said, if you don't...
No, the emails were real, and the concerns were real.
Don't mind giving me a call when you have a second. I'm out of here at 5 today. I'll be back in at 7 a.m. Thank you so much for getting back to me. Thank you so much means she's not mad at me. She says, have a good night. And then...
Animal control officers have to be professional. This is just an animal control officer being professional. That he's ascribing some kind of meaning to, oh, she's on my side. She told me to have a good night and thank me for getting back to her.
After I spoke to her on that Tuesday, again, Girlie was euthanized on Monday, so it was already too late. There was no dog here by the time she arrived. After I'd given her this massive debriefing on this whole situation, she said, hi, David, the case number for this is 24-blank, and the phone number for records is 303 blank. Now, why did she give me the phone number for records? Because we talked about on the phone that there's going to be an investigation. She's going to use her document that might be available as early as Monday.
Oh, we're going to get it. We're going to get those documents.
There. She's going to talk to them directly. So is the SWAT team supervisor. So is the deputy.
Oh, so all these people are going to get me arrested. David Wilcock, you are a clown show, dude. You were a clown show. And I bought donuts just in case, right? Got to be, you know.
Okay. And they are going to help me because they see that this is like a very bizarre situation. So then I started to give her a lot more evidence by text. So I said, here's my Twitter post. This was on Wednesday when I finally announced it. Here's my Twitter post where I announced Gurley's death to my audience. Everyone apart from Steven has been very supportive.
Again, I had nothing to do with any of this. And he's telling a public official in the state of Colorado that I was not supportive of him putting his dog down or whatever. He's lying to public officials.
FYI. And it says, thank you all in advance for your condolences about Gurley. She passed away on Monday peacefully. I waited 2 days to announce it so I could observe my own silent process. I didn't reveal that the real reason was because this guy's attacking me. And I figured he'd try to do something. I just didn't know he'd actually go that far.
Again, I did nothing. We have tracked down the people who sent those emails, and neither of them was me, David Wilcock. You lied to your audience. You lied to public officials in your home state and hometown in order to disparage me and damage my reputation, I think.
I rushed her to the clinic at the first opportunity after the black diarrhea. They reopened on Monday. That's when I got her in. Nothing about this SWAT attack was made public.
Yeah. So again, he's claiming that he was swatted. Anybody can call the police in his local jurisdiction. There would be public records if there was a SWAT team at his home. There wasn't.
And then this is the end of the post, which again, thank you about your condolences. Well, that's the same stuff. But again, notice the numbers. 477 comments, 24,000 views, 1,300 likes.
This is the height of being a narcissist. Look how many views and likes my tweet about my dog dying got. And he attacks me further along in this video for lack of engagement on my Twitter posts, but he's sharing like jokes that I put online or whatever. We'll get to it.
Not a single negative comment except for this one guy who would just, write the same stuff. And he admitted, this is the part that's so crazy, after he's under police investigation. Because if you do this and you're lying, then they're going to get mad at you, not at me.
Again, I did not put anything on his Twitter. I'm blocked on his Twitter. We know who did that, and it wasn't me, David Wilcock. You lied to police officials. You lied to animal control officers. You have damaged my reputation, and you've slandered me to local public officials. And all of that information that you gave them, that failed fake information, is going to be public records, and I'm going to get it. And I may take action against you for that.
After he already did this, he admitted publicly with his name.
Check my Twitter. No, I didn't. I never admitted to anything. That would be public record as well. It would be on my Twitter feed. Does anybody want to go through my Twitter feed and see where I admitted to posting mean tweets to David Wilcock? And even if I did post mean tweets to David Wilcock, is that an arrestable offense, David Wilcock? Are you really this stupid? No matter how dumb you think David Wilcock is, he's even dumber than that, I think.
That he was the one responsible for this because nobody knew about the Boulder Animal Control. Nobody knew this happened. This is the first time I've ever announced it this Sunday. Okay, check this out.
The people who sent the emails knew about it and talked about it on Twitter. Neither of the people who sent the emails was me.
Story gets crazier and crazier. This is the end of the post now where it shows 23.7 thousand views.
I love how he's got to point out how many views that his post about his dog dying got.
Every animal owner ultimately has to go through this. It's a part of our sacred soul evolution. Thank you all for your kind wishes of condolence. We appreciate you, your love and prayers.
He's literally grifting off of his dog dying, collecting super chats about this. Great spiritual guru.
I will share more of my process, which is what's code speak for the fact that somebody swatted me, and I have a police investigation now underway, and the police have basically demanded that I do a lawsuit.
Yeah, police do not demand that you sue somebody. And again, David Wilcock, I'm going to get on the record statements from all these people that you're claiming said these things, and we're going to get to the truth. Or maybe you should take your video down and apologize for all these false accusations that you have leveled against me and severely damaged my reputation. And you know what, Mr. Wilcock, I'm suddenly feeling a great deal of emotional distress over being called a Satan worshiper and a child predator, and over the fact that somebody is making all these false accusations about me on public live streams and damaging my reputation, and the fact that somebody is lying to the police saying that I did all these heinous things, trying to get me arrested for doing these things that I had nothing to do with. I'm suddenly feeling a great deal of emotional distress. Maybe I should talk to a lawyer about that.
So now we're going to have to do a Savati lawsuit and a David Wilcock lawsuit. They'll help me. But
there's going to be two.
Like, you need to do this immediately. We don't want you having this guy stalking you and he wants to destroy you. You got to do something. I'm all right, you guys. All right, I'll do it. I will share more of my process. That's the code. When we reconvene this Sunday on my next live stream, all is well. 23. So there's a huge number of views. So then the thing that I couldn't even believe is he took full credit for this swatting attack, created 4 new aliases. He clearly wanted you to see these statements.
I did not make any of these posts, and my internet records will confirm that in court if necessary, David Wilcock. You have to prove that I am the person behind those accounts. You've offered no proof of that, but I have proof of who is making those posts, and it is not me.
He wants people to know.
And by the way, I did not create alt accounts. I have no alt accounts, more false statements from the Lord of Lies, David Wilcock.
That he was the one responsible. So in this one case, we're going to give him what he wants. So my team deliberately left this stuff up. And
these are all the alt accounts that he claims I created. You know, David Wilcock, that in court, you're going to have to show IP information and directly link me to the creation of those accounts and to these posts. Where is your evidence that I did that? You have none. This is a completely and totally false statement and defamatory. He's attempting to damage my reputation with completely and totally false information.
This is one of the subheadings under the main post. One of the people I responded to was Teresa Sutton Sherrill. I recently lost 2 cats. One appeared back the next day, so full of joy. They are letting us know they are happy and okay. The other came in a dream. Then you got to click on, show probable spam or, impolite content, whatever they say. Now notice that these are all 4 of them are exactly the same words. They hardly had any views. They had the biggest one had 12 views, Stephen of Holland. And they only had 2 likes, which is probably one. Stephen of Atlantis had 3.
I think if you check them now, they have many more views.
Probably his own personalities. He's liking himself. I think this is what these kind of people.
And by the way, I never saw any of these posts. Not only did I not post these things, I didn't even see any of this stuff, let alone like it. Another false statement.
People do. So he says, and we'll read the first one.
My internet records will confirm I never viewed this thread, David Wilcock. Then what are you going to do? How are you going to lie your way out of this much lies that you just told on your public live stream? And how dare you lie to thousands of people? I'm feeling a lot of emotional distress because he's spreading these lies to thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Somebody check his latest live stream and tell me in the live chat, how many views did he get? Completely and totally lying through his fake teeth about all these heinous things he said I did that he has no proof for. But I have proof it wasn't me.
John of Norway. So after being officially investigated by Boulder County Sheriff Animal Protection Unit, which again, nobody knew that. Only the person who actually did it would know that. And notice that the second name is...
Well, we know who sent the email, so you can connect the dots and figure out who these alt accounts are.
Stephen of Holland. The third name is Stephen of Atlantis. Well, he gave us a fake lawsuit out of Holland.
People are making fun of him with the name Stephen, because remember, first he claimed it was Stephen from Canada. I'm not from Canada, never lived in Canada, wasn't born there. And he claimed that John Christian Spadavaccio was Stephen from Canada. Then he claimed it was Mr. Mendoza, I believe, was Stephen from Canada. Now he's claiming I'm Stephen from Canada. He doesn't even know who this mythical supervillain attacking him is, but he told everybody on a public live stream it's all me. This is the 3rd iteration of who this supervillain is that's, trying to destroy him and all of this stuff. It's all nonsense.
He pretended to be a Dutch lawyer, so he's claiming responsibility for the fake lawsuit. He's using his own name. When he does the YouTube videos, he calls himself Stephen. Different last name, of course. But how would anybody know unless he's massively psychic? And then he
Maybe that's it, Wilcock. Maybe I'm more psychic than you because you're the world's worst psychic.
did 4 different identities. I mean, it's kind of funny. It is kind of, you have to laugh at it because it's so weird. And notice that 2 of them, he's got the.
Nobody's laughing at you with your false claims, David Wilcock. They're laughing at how stupid you are, how ridiculous and childish you are, claiming you're going to get somebody arrested. And your evidence is that somebody tweeted mean things to you on Twitter. You're going to get me arrested because somebody tweeted mean things that you can't even prove is me?
He's got the flag of Norway and Holland. So he does a style here. So after being officially investigated by Boulder County Sheriff's Animal Protection, you were forced to do something. Well, that's a lie because all I was forced to do, they tell me you really need to sue him. So if they force me to do something, it's to sue him. Okay, that's all they really.
Oh yeah, animal control is going to force David Wilcock to sue me, Stephen Cambian, for things that I had nothing to do with. Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah. David, you let Gurley suffer for months so you could get super chats. That's defamation. You capitalized on her dying. You disgusting low-life con man.
Oh, that's another issue. He keeps claiming that I called him a con man. No, people on alt Twitter accounts called him a con man.
So, wow. I mean, this is so rude and inconsiderate, and he's trying to inflict emotional distress.
Yeah, kind of like you're trying to inflict emotional distress on me, somebody who volunteers for children's charity, by calling me a child predator on a public live stream.
And I couldn't even believe that he would be foolish enough to actually claim responsibility for doing these attacks. So,
again, he keeps saying that I claimed responsibility. No, I never said anything about this whole series of events.
So I called the police again, and I informed them of the danger he poses. So my team, I instructed them, don't take these.
And, you know, it's interesting. David Wilcock's logic is that if you file false reports with local officials, you could be arrested. Yet he is filing false reports with those same local officials, claiming that I did all these heinous things that I had nothing to do with. So by David Wilcock's own logic, doesn't that mean that the Boulder County Police are going to arrest him for making false claims and accusations?
He's down, leave them online so the police can look at it and investigate, which I asked them to do. So here it is up close, John of Norway. You let her suffer for months so you could get super chats. I mean, you guys donating money to me has nothing to do with my dog dying.
No, you didn't use that for sympathy.
Problem on the last show.
You didn't use that for sympathy, to garner sympathy in order to get more donations. No, you wouldn't do something like that, would you? And by the way, I have to take a moment to catch up with the super chats. We want to thank Thomas Robinson, longtime show supporter, for 2 things: being a member and a kind and generous £4 super chat. We thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. And we want to thank you, of course, for helping us to praise the cash, friends.
Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right. And we have a few more here. So we thank you, Thomas Robinson. We thank Self-Licking Ice Cream Cone for a kind and generous $27.99 Canadian. Very, very kind of you. He just bought David Wilcock clown shoes for me. So thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity and your support. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. Praise the cash, Self-Licking Ice Cream Cone.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. The blue chickens command you to praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right. And do we have? Yeah, we have some more. We have Legal Eagle with a kind and generous $20 says David Wilcock is probably watching this while on the phone, crying to Corey Good for legal advice. It would not surprise me if he was doing that. But thank you, Legal Eagle, for 2 things: being a member and your kindness, generosity, and support. Very generous of you, longtime show supporter. Thanks for helping us to praise the cash. Thank him, Davina.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right. And we've got Archaic Revival with a kind and generous. He's been a member for 7 months. So we thank him for his kindness, generosity, and support in helping us to praise the cash by being a member for 7 months. Thank you, Archaic Revival, longtime show supporter and member.
Praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank Ra Almighty, praise the cash. Praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank Ra Almighty, praise the cash.
Oh, man. Thank you, Archaic Revival. We have Village Floral House with a kind and generous $4.99 says, I admit publicly that was one of the dozens of commenters talking about his animal abuse on Twitter. So there you go. There's another person that was talking about this on Twitter, and he's probably blaming me for your posts, Village Floral House. I did not post anything about his dog. I didn't call animal control. I didn't post anything to any of his Twitter threads. My internet records will confirm that in court if necessary. But thanks for helping us to praise the cash. And thank you for being one of those people that has stood up to defend me, saying Steve Cambian didn't do those things. I did them.
Ra commands you to bow down and praise the cash.
All right. And just a couple of more, and we'll get back to this presentation. Thank you, Village Floral House. We want to thank Christina Diaz. Good to see you. Love the new bumpers. That dirtbag can't bring you down. The proof is in the receipts. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate you, Christina Diaz. Thanks for appreciating us and helping us to praise the cash. Thank them, Davina.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. And we've got just one more, kind and generous Al Warrior. We want to thank him for being a member for 16 months, longtime show supporter. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and for helping us for 16 months now. Longtime show supporter, longtime channel member. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash, Al Warrior.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right. Thank you very much. So we'll continue with our journey here, and then I'll have some more receipts to share with you to prove that David Wilcock made a multitude of completely and totally false and defamatory statements about me.
Oh, and the donations weren't any higher than the previous weeks, which I could show if I wanted to. And for a job.
That's right. Show us your AdSense. Show us how much money that you made each week, David Wilcock. Why don't you show the receipts? He won't, because he doesn't want people to see how much money he's collecting.
Judge or a police
in my opinion,
I absolutely will. There was no spike in donations. To say that I let her suffer for money, it's just so silly. You get what I'm saying? He's trying to call me a con man and said that I made money on her dying. Well, that's everything that happens to me, everything that I do, he tries to spin it into something where I'm disgusting, I'm evil, I'm a lowlife. And as I just said, Girlie's health was rarely even mentioned in my shows. Here's the other three. They're all exactly the same wording.
Yeah, and you know, again, there's a reason why people make alt accounts, because they don't like you blocking them, and they want to share information with your followers. And by the way, I'm not endorsing these claims or saying that they're true or accurate. I'm simply saying that I did not post these things on Twitter. I know who did, however, and it wasn't me.
So this again proves, okay, just like I'd already told the police, he does multiple identities. He uses different names, but his real name is Stephen.
I don't have alt accounts. I do not use sock accounts. That's a defamatory statement and provably false by my own internet records.
Two of the names are Stephen. And the main argument is that I'm a con man. Oh my God, David is making money. As it says right here, the most common accusation is that I'm a con artist.
Yeah, and people can make up their own minds. I'm not sure if I ever characterized David Wilcock as being a con artist, but I do know that people call him that on Twitter, and I've reported on that. And again, in the description of this video or podcast is multiple investigations I did into his shady business dealings. Watch those and see if you can understand why people on the internet call David Wilcock a con artist.
Well, here's something that you don't know, Steve, and that is that I could quintuple the money.
Yeah, and here's his justification. I'm not a con artist because I'm not running ads, but I could.
Monthly income that I have if I would simply do advertising. There's two types of advertising that almost everybody in my field does. They're called pre-roll and mid-roll. Pre-roll would mean that somewhere within the first couple of minutes of the show, I read a 30 to 60 second blurb that advertises someone else's product and then I get a pretty significant chunk of change for doing that.
Thank you, Thomas Robinson.
And then the mid-roll
generous,
ads
£3
would be somewhere in the middle of the show. I read those things. So I'm not kidding when I say
kindness, generosity,
that if I actually was in it for the money, if I was doing this to make money,
he's not doing this to make money.
I could do those ads and I would quintuple my income, at least, maybe even 10 times.
Thank you, Thomas Robinson. Praise the cash.
But
Praise the
when
cash.
you have somebody
Praise
paying
the
for your
cash.
ads, that
Praise
means that
the
they now have
cash.
some discretion over
Thank
what you
you
say.
for
Even
your
though they tell you,
kindness.
well,
Thank
they
you
like
for
what
your
you're doing.
generosity.
No. I've already
Praise
heard
the
I'm not supposed to
cash.
talk about 45.
Praise the cash.
I'm not supposed to talk about the alliance. I'm not supposed to talk about arrests. I'm not supposed to talk about any of these things.
Because they're fake?
And, well, you don't want to jeopardize your relationship with the advertisers. You like this money, don't you? So I've been voluntarily poor. I've been voluntarily bankrupt.
Oh, yeah, he's bankrupt.
It wouldn't really bother
He's making
me to read something for
$10,000 a
60
month
seconds.
on
Okay,
YouTube
it's not a
on
big
his,
deal. I
by
don't
his
mind
own
helping other
admission.
people make money
He's
on their product.
broke.
What I do mind is the message integrity. I haven't done it because I want to be able to talk about the things that I reveal in this show. Now, here's another thing. He calls me a con artist, but every single con artist I've ever met,
I'm not a con artist because I don't run
making
ads.
like big 7 figures a month. Maybe even I might even be able to get up to $100,000 a month if I did this. Every con artist I know would tell me, "Well, take the money. My God, who cares? Just read these ads." But
he cries
the
poor.
point
He
is,
makes money all the time.
I'm not
He's not in
doing
it for
that
the money.
because my loyal.
If you're not doing this for the money, David Wilcock, then turn the monetization on your videos off. Stop collecting ad revenue and stop collecting super chats. Then you could prove that what you're saying here is true, that you're not here for the money.
Loyalty is to the alliance. And so it's your public support, it's your donations here that allow us to remain commercial free. So I'm not doing those ads, and that I get to have control over my message. Because
no, instead of running the ads, he just does he does that pitch for his $333 books of nonsense several times, right? So he's saying it's ad free, but he's constantly telling people to buy his crap. He's not here for the money. Turn off the ads, turn off the super chats, and give your angel books away for free. That would prove you're not here for the money. Otherwise, this is a completely factually inaccurate statement. You are here for the money.
Otherwise, well, David, the advertisers don't like what you said last week, and we really need you to tighten it up. You still want to make this money? Then you're getting blackmailed, or you could call it a bribe. So again, all of these things are projection because he is the one who is.
Yeah, David Wilcock saying that I am constantly lying and manipulating. David Wilcock, did you lie to everybody for 5 years with Corey Good about his fake secret space program stories for money? Can you show that I have lied or manipulated my audience? You can't. Again, a defamatory, slanderous statement designed to damage my reputation. I have never been caught lying on my show or manipulating my audience. This is a garbage statement.
He's constantly lying and manipulating. One of his fake lawsuits that he sent to Stavati was allegedly from Holland. He claimed that by calling himself Stephen from Holland. And then on Friday,
I never sent him any lawsuits. I never sent any emails to Stavati Aerospace whatsoever. Never. And my internet records will confirm that in court if necessary. Again, he's claiming I'm doing all these things that other people are clearly responsible for. David Wilcock, you need to take that video down and apologize for all the damage you've done to my reputation, broadcasting this complete and total false claims to thousands and thousands of people.
Friday, because I still hadn't said anything, I think he's just burning. He's like, why in the world hasn't David said anything? He changed the story again, and he posted it publicly. So obviously he wanted me to read this to you because, it's a new message. So here's another one. He was responding to the post that I made for this show. Roger Kleinhans says, since I started watching you, David, you've given me more hope in this world than I've ever felt before. I'm looking forward to big changes. Thank you again. So when he sees something like this, he's like Angry Daddy. God, I can't stand it. Ah! And he'll probably use that face too. I got to give him faces so he can make video.
Yeah, you're right. I'm going to screen capture that one. That'll make a great thumbnail of you being ridiculous.
He uses pictures of me when I have funny faces on his videos. I mean, this guy is really obsessed. So then he wrote this. Richard Weimer, same one as the other identity.
Again, I didn't write
David
this.
was officially investigated.
I did not write any of this.
Boulder County
I know who
Sheriff's
did,
Animal
and it
Protection
wasn't
Unit,
me, David
who were
Wilcock.
forced to confiscate
completely
his
wrong.
dog, Gurley, due to severe neglect. That is a flagrant, blatant lie. How do you think, Stephen, the police feel when you lie about them confiscating my dog?
How do you think the police feel when you lie and tell them that I'm doing all these things, David Wilcock? How do they feel, right? You talk about false reports. I didn't make any false reports to the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. I didn't make any false reports to Boulder County Animal Control, but you did. You admit to doing so in your own public live stream.
Does it look good to have the police to tell everybody that, this very famous person who everybody loves, we hate him, we the police hate him, and we confiscated his dog? No, you're defaming the police. They don't like that.
Yeah, the police don't like to be lied to. And David Wilcock, I haven't yet, but do you think I'm not going to contact the local police and animal control and let them know about all of these false claims that you've made against me and request all the records of these events and then share them publicly? Because I'm going to do that, David Wilcock. You better take that video down. It is completely and totally slanderous what you did. It is despicable. It is disgusting that you were willing to lie to these depths while collecting super chats, but which, by the way, is a form of fraud. You're collecting money, telling all these people that this is true and accurate information you're giving them, and it's completely and totally provably false, all of it.
Actually makes them mad. Imagine that they would get mad about this. The Boulder County Sheriff's Animal Protection Unit was forced to confiscate his dog. She was dead the day they arrived, same day the crop circle showed up, due to severe neglect. That's not true. Girlie was in such poor health that she had to be euthanized. Yeah, that part is true. Technically, that's true. If you isolate that sentence by itself, it's true. But this was all done very ethically, and it was done the earliest opportunity I could after she bled out on the carpet with that black diarrhea. David is trying to capitalize on her suffering and death. Again,
and by the way, regardless, that's somebody's opinion that you're trying to capitalize. That's not an arrestable or suable offense. We have constitutional rights to freedom of speech.
Officer did not arrive till the day after her death. Therefore, Stephen is knowingly lying to try to destroy me.
I did not lie. I did not file those reports. I did not write those Twitter posts. My internet records will prove that in court if necessary. David Wilcock, take your fake, false, defamatory video down.
And he's probably going to make a whole video about this, and he's going to be laughing and telling me I'm a jerk.
Oh, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm feeling a great deal of emotional distress that somebody shared this completely and totally slanderous fake information to damage my reputation to the tune of 60,000 views. 60,000 people listen to this. And I'm feeling very vulnerable about that. You lied to 60,000 people on a public live stream. Provably lied.
And mocking me, that's all he ever does is mock, mock, mock.
Now, it might be true. People might take some of my comedic parodies that we're doing, kind of like our Cash Clown, saying I'm mocking him. No, I'm using comedic parody to educate people. Comedy can be a great tool for educating people. People remember when I do these things.
And again, I don't even dislike him. If he hadn't gone this far, I might not have even moved forward with the lawsuit. I might have just let it go. But the police are demanding that I do it now.
All right. You said several times during this video that the police demanded that you go forward with a lawsuit against me, who you claim did all this heinous things, but we can clearly and demonstrably prove was not done by me. So we're going to talk to the police, David Wilcock, and we're going to find out if they said that you have to sue this person.
It's like, okay, well.
And we're getting all the records and we're making them all public.
Then we're going to do it. You guys can help me. Thank you. So he's knowingly lying. We just proved it. I proved it with receipts and texts.
Talk about knowingly lying. David Wilcock knows that all those people that he's claiming are me are not me.
The first time she texted me was on a Tuesday, and Girlie was euthanized on a Monday. Therefore, it is a lie that Boulder Animal Protection had to confiscate her. She was already dead before they ever showed up. So that's called lying, okay? And when you go in front of a judge, which they've asked me to do now, the only thing the judge cares about is who is lying.
I love this screenshot. This is great. We're gonna have to make something out of that. He's saying all a judge will care about is who is lying. David Wilcock, I can prove that you lied about me to 60,000 people on a public live stream, including claiming that I'm a Satan worshiper because I wore a devil mask once and that I'm a child predator. Do you think the judge will look kindly on you doing that with no evidence whatsoever? Or a jury?
There's something called an emergency injunction.
By the way, I'd request a jury trial.
And believe it or not, he might actually get arrested right away once I file that injunction.
Oh, I'm going to get arrested right away. I waited all day for the police here at my door. You know, kept checking the door. I didn't see any police here. I was not arrested. This is just more theater for as dumb as rocks, stupid as dirt followers.
That's how serious this is. You can't lie to the police.
He's just saying you can't lie to the police, as he's admitting on a public live stream, genius of the millennium that he is, that he lied about me to the police.
You can't do this kind of stuff to people.
You're right, David. You can't do this kind of stuff to people. And there's going to be consequences if you don't immediately apologize, take your video down, and move on with your life.
So if he makes another video, if he keeps attacking me, then the judge is clearly going to see that he's obsessed and he's a stalker.
No, I'm making a video to defend myself against the false accusations that you made about me on a public live stream to 60,000 people while you were collecting money, telling people completely and totally fake facts, destroying my reputation in the process.
And he's much more likely to get arrested than if he actually stops. So, Steve.
So there's the threat. There's the threat. If you stop making videos about me, I won't sue you.
Oh, this very famous person who everybody loves, we hate him. We, the judge, which they've asked me to do now. The only thing the judge cares about is who is lying. And so there's something called an emergency injunction.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting
Believe
arrested.
it or not, he might actually get arrested right away.
I might get
once
arrested.
I file that injunction.
Oh,
That's
no.
how serious this is. You can't lie to the police.
No.
You can't do this kind of stuff to people.
Take me away, coppers.
So if he makes
Take me away, coppers. I said mean things on the internet about David Wilcock.
He's a stalker, and he's much more likely to get arrested than if he actually stops. So, Stephen, I recommend that you stop. You probably won't, because nothing has ever made you stop.
I'm going to make a video defending
myself. But anyway, now I'm
going
to show you guys the evidence on Stephen that I'm going to be sharing in my lawsuit.
Oh, yeah. Wait till you see the evidence he's going to use
I'm going to go through some of the things originally that we put together in 2019, because he was demanding in 2019 that I sue him, and I'm going to show you those texts.
Yeah.
So again, all the judge cares about is
claims that I demanded he sue me in 2019. No, he's taking a joke tweet out of context.
Who's lying? And there's this thing that you learn in freshman year law school. It's a Latin saying, falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. What that means is, if you tell one lie, false uno, then everything that you say is a lie.
Okay, so if you tell one lie, provably, then everything you say is a lie. Well, that's great, because David Wilcock, you told multiple lies. You said I created 40 identities. That was a lie. You said I attacked people who left comments on your Twitter. That was a lie. You said I sent 2 emails to animal control in your city. That was a lie. You said that I was a problem for you for 10 years. That was a lie. You said I went to your house. That was a lie. You said I'm subject to being arrested for having you swatted. You weren't swatted. That was a lie. You said I took full credit for the swatting attack with 4 new aliases. That was a lie. You said I filed fake lawsuits against you from Holland and another country. That was a lie. You said I am knowingly trying to destroy you. That is a lie. You said I made death threats against you on June 19th, 2024 between 4:45 and 5 p.m. That was a lie. You claimed I was rude and abusive to the Sloth organization. That was a lie. You claimed that I'm all these different people on the internet. That is a provable lie. So by Wilcock's own logic, if you lie once, they don't believe anything you said. I've just proven that you've lied many, many, many times. What's a judge or a jury going to think about that? And that's before I bring in all the times you've lied to your audience for money, including the Corey Good debacle, where you lied about secret space nonsense for 5 years for money. Really? You want to put our reputations to the test in front of a judge and a jury? I'm a good family man. I'm an excellent father. I've been faithful to my wife for something like 25 years. We were together for 13 years before we even got married. I have no criminal record. I have no history of shady business dealings. I haven't been sued by none of my companies have been sued by an investor and called an investment scheme or Ponzi investment scam or Ponzi scheme. I never started a motion picture company, Convergence Pictures LLC, collected money from investors and then never made a film. You have. I've never collected hundreds of thousands of dollars in charitable donations and then admitted on my own IRS forms that essentially I spent all the money on myself except for, what was it, a nickel on a dollar, which I gave to other charities. David Wilcock, you understand that both of our reputations will be put to the test if this goes to a legal arena, and the judge and the jury are going to have to decide who is more credible and believable here. This man who's been caught lying over and over and over and over again. This man who told people that the Archangel Michael told him to take baths in his own piss and he got superpowers. This man who claimed that he used those superpowers to save Trump from an assassin's bullet. This man who claimed that mass arrests are coming. And then he said mass arrests happen and Guantanamo Bay was getting filled up with all these prisoners and that never happened. This man who claimed that the government was going to send tanker trucks to siphon everybody's gasoline out of their cars. This man who claimed he knew the secret to anti-gravity and free energy, and for $333, he'll teach you how to do it, and you'll be able to do it too. That was called a scam, by the way, by a real scientist with a real lab, David Wilcock. I will put my history and my reputation against David Wilcock in front of a judge, a jury, or anyone else to decide who is credible here. How dare you attack my reputation with your history, your sordid history of conning people, scamming people, lying to people for money, in my opinion. And by the way, this is America, and I'm entitled to that opinion based on thorough and adequate research, something that you are sorely and severely lacking in.
Falsus in omnibus. So all the judge cares about is who's lying. And if they can prove that you have lied about one thing, then they don't believe anything you say.
Okay, so I can prove you lied about all these things, David Wilcock. So I guess the judge and the jury isn't going to care about anything you say, so bringing a lawsuit would be a fruitless endeavor, especially considering the company that you're going to have to sue. My company has about $75 in my checking account, so good luck recovering damages. If by some miracle you should win, which won't happen, I will aggressively defend myself. I'm going to call in every favor that I can. I will, and by the way, that's another thing. If this goes to the situation, and I think it might, I am going to call in every favor I can from every great researcher that I know from the internet. And we're going to go through everything, your entire history, David Wilcock. And we are going to make all of the information that all the researchers that I call in favors from, we're going to make it all public. The court documents will all be public. The depositions will be public. Your financial records I subpoena will be public. Come at me, bro. How dare you do this to me and my family? Telling 60,000 people this nonsense. How dare you?
You lose all your credibility if you try to say, well, David is also a con artist. David has also lied about that. No, they don't even care.
Well, we can save that for the countersuit that I will file against you, Mr. Wilcock.
Can you prove it? No, but we can prove this.
Oh,
David,
I love this. Talk about a narcissist. We can prove that everybody loves David Wilcock, and he's hugely popular.
David is very popular. People love David. Everybody, there's 24,000 people that wished him well for his dog. There's 477 comments. There was no video. The dog was not mistreated. The dog was always fed. The dog was not confiscated by animal control. These are all.
And by the way, just to be clear, I never made any accusations of animal abuse or neglect about him or his dog. Check my record. Check all my live streams. I've never said anything like that.
Lies. And why is he doing this? To commit crimes such as tortious interference with business.
Okay, I've never interfered with his business. I've called people and asked questions, and I've reported on his business dealings, but I've never tried to interfere with his business. Meanwhile, my reputation, David Wilcock, is of a truth seeker. So you are interfering with my business, telling people that I'm doing all these heinous things that you can't prove I did. Lying to the police, lying to the Boulder County animal welfare office. That's interfering with my business because my business is based on my good ethics and morality. People are aware that I have good ethics and morality. That's why they trust my reporting. And you making all these false claims against me is damaging my business.
That's a crime. That means when you're trying to hurt somebody's business. Intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Well, I don't know, David. I'm suddenly feeling a lot of emotional distress. And by you lying on a public live stream, when you know better, you know I am not all these people you're rolling into me and blaming me for. You know I didn't do all those things. And you're broadcasting this to 60,000 people. You want to talk about emotional distress? How about I volunteer for children's charities. And it's coming up. We're going to see where he essentially claims that I am a child predator. So now I've got a lot of emotional distress. Are the charities that I work for going to find out that somebody accused me of being the P word to 60,000 people on a public live stream? Am I going to face consequences or problems in doing my charitable work for those children's charities because of the despicable allegations that you levied against me with absolutely, positively zero proof or evidence of those things? Yeah, emotional distress.
Aggravated harassment.
I'm not really sure what that term means. I forgot to look it up. But the purposes of my live streams or investigations is to get to the truth behind people making wild claims on the internet. The purposes of my broadcasts have never been to harass, defame, cyberstalk, or any of that. That's a false statement. I've never tried to harass him.
Stalking, defamation. We've got multiple.
Defamation. Again, he intentionally lied through his fake teeth and made all these false accusations against me that he knew were not true. He defamed me to the local police. He defamed me to the local animal control officer. We're going to get all these records, David Wilcock. We're getting all of them, and we're going to make them all public.
Multiple criminal charges. We've also got.
By the way, many of those things are not criminal charges. Those are not criminal charges. That would be something you could sue somebody for in civil court. But if you slander somebody on the internet, they don't come and arrest you. If you torturously interfere with somebody's business, I don't believe they come and arrest you. That's a civil matter, not a criminal matter. He's getting incredibly bad legal advice from somebody, probably Corey Good, right? Because Corey Good's dumb as rocks and believes that he's a legal expert. Look how great his lawsuits went. And by the way, David Wilcock has enough legal problems. Why is he creating more? Here's just a quick list of his legal problems. His hovercar company, Stevati Aerospace, is getting sued by investors. His hovercar company, Stevati, is getting sued by his creditors. People are suing Stevati and are seeking liens and foreclosures on Stevati's only real asset, the airplane hangar they own. He also, by his own admission, owes $1.5 million to the IRS. He's also involved in Gaia TV's lawsuit against Corey Good. But he's going to sit here and tell you that he's going to open a lawsuit against me while he's in the middle of all of these legal problems, right?
Criminal impersonation, because he's done 2 fake lawsuits.
Oh, yeah. Criminal impersonation. This is where it gets good. Wilcock is about to claim that I called Stevati Aerospace and claimed I worked for the Washington Post. That is a completely and totally false statement. And Wilcock, here's another gotcha for you. I have a written agreement, and I'm not going to share it publicly on the stream, but I'll share it in court. I have a written agreement with a Washington, D.C. based news organization that I will be writing articles for. One of the articles is about you and Stevati Aerospace. That's in the written agreement, I believe. And so he claims I said I was from the Washington Post. I'm not going to tell you what the news organization that I'll be working for is because I don't want him to create problems for that relationship. I'm not sharing the paperwork that proves that, yes, I'm working for a Washington, D.C. based news organization. I'll be writing articles for them. I gave Christopher Beskar my correct press credentials. He said, "Who are you with?" And I said, "I'm writing an article for the Washington blank." You figure it out, David Wilcock. I can prove in court there's no reason for me to lie about my press credentials. There's no reason for me to lie and say I work for the Washington Post when I work for the Washington something else, and I have written documents that prove that. And by the way, I'm sure that I said the proper press credential when I called Christopher Beskar.
He impersonated Washington Post. It's crazy. He was called up Chris Beskar on Monday of last week and said he was the Washington Post.
By the way, I have witnesses as well to the agreement that I have with the Washington News Organization I'll be writing those articles for. And I'll just let David Wilcock sweat. It's not the Washington Post, but I have a written contract and agreement to write written articles for a very well-respected Washington, D.C. based news organization. When I called Christopher Beskar, I told him the name of that organization. In fairness, maybe Christopher Beskar misheard me, but that means that this is just a mistake, David Wilcock, but you should still apologize for it, because I never said to Christopher Beskar that I worked for the Washington Post. I said the Washington something else, which I'm not going to share with you. You're not going to damage my business and my reputation any further, but I will share that with the judge and a jury, that written agreement, which will prove to any reasonable person that you misheard me, or you're inventing fake things in order to damage my reputation.
And I can't imagine he's not going to do another video, but
yeah, I'm going to do a video defending myself while you're lying about me. Sure.
the faster that he keeps attacking me, the faster.
Here it is again. If you stop making videos, I won't get you arrested. If you stop making videos, I won't sue you.
The injunction is going to come down, and the faster they're likely to arrest him with the cooperation of Boulder. Okay, that's what's going on. I've already spoken to the commander of the SWAT team.
Okay, and these are statements that can be fact-checked, David Wilcock. I haven't done it yet, but maybe I'll speak to the commander of the SWAT team and the local deputy and see if they remember speaking to you.
Local deputy.
We're going to fact-check all of this, David Wilcock. Everything that you... How dare you let all these lies come out of your mouth about me? Do you think I'm not going to prove you wrong if I can? Do you think I'm not going to investigate these false claims as you're destroying my reputation, damaging my business, telling people I'm a Satan worshiper and a child predator, and I've done all these heinous things that I had nothing to do with?
The head of animal welfare, none of them have ever heard anything like this. They don't know what the hell to make out of it. I gave them evidence that death threats had already been made.
Okay, here's where it gets great. David Wilcock is now claiming that I made all these death threats against him. Wait till you see the evidence I have that I couldn't have done that. It's going to be a great gotcha moment, David Wilcock. You are dumb as rocks. And again, you're not smart enough to do this with me. I'm going to prove that I couldn't have made those death threats. I'm going to prove it, David Wilcock. You can't prove I did it, but I can prove I didn't do it.
In a 15-minute period on, I think it was June 29th, from 4:43 to 4:58 p.m.
So from about 4:45 p.m. to 5 p.m., he says I made all these death threats.
In a 15-minute period, he attacked me like 30 times with 4 or 5 different identities.
Again, those Twitter accounts are not my accounts.
And in those 30 or 40 attacks were death threats. And
notice he doesn't show them.
What they are. They're not boldly. They're not, I have a gun, I'm going to come and kill you.
They weren't death threats. They were mean tweets. I looked them up. Somebody tweeted mean things to him between 4:45 and 5 p.m. on his Twitter threads on July 29th.
Or I have a knife, I'm going to come and stab you. But man, he walked so close to the edge. And I'm not going to, if I give them all to you, he's going to try to pick it apart and say da-da-da-da. But they're death threats. And I think the judge is going to agree that they're death threats.
The judge won't agree they're death threats. They're mean tweets. Mean tweets are not death threats, David Wilcock. Show the tweets. There's a reason he won't show the tweets, because there was no death threats, David Wilcock. And I certainly didn't send those tweets that he's referencing here, and I'm going to prove it to you.
And it has significantly escalated this to a much higher level. So now I have to do a lawsuit. Now I have to get all this evidence together. So that's what I've been doing most of the week. I've been investigating the self-declared investigator.
Okay. When I started my career here, I was a self-declared investigator. I guess you could say that. That's a fair assessment. I'm a self-taught investigative journalist. But now, David Wilcock, I am not a self-declared investigator. I'm an investigative journalist for a Washington, D.C. based news organization, and I have a written contract with them. So this is a false and defamatory statement itself. Do you see where we're going here, David Wilcock? Do you really want to play chess with me? I don't think he could beat me. I don't even think that David Wilcock should be playing checkers. He's so dumb, let alone chess with me. He's not smart enough to do this with me. I'm not a self-declared investigator. Maybe I once was. We did investigative journalist pieces as an independent media producer. But now, David Wilcock, I have a written contract, which I'm not sharing it here. You're not damaging my business, my reputation, or my business relationships any further than you're not doing any more damage. I'll release those in court and make you look like the ass clown that you are for lying about me for hours straight on a public live stream to 60,000 people. But here we go. Back to the death threats. David Wilcock claims that I, Stephen Cambian, sent him death threats from 4:45 p.m. to 5 p.m. on July 29th, which was a Saturday. And so I checked my phone log. July 29th, or June 29th, I'm sorry, was a Saturday. And I knew that I couldn't have made those posts because the internet and cell phone reception at my cabin is very, very spotty. And that's where I was. And in fact, according to my own phone log, which again, I'm not sharing here, I'm not helping your case, but I'll share it in court and I'll share it if this goes to a legal situation. I will share all of my phone records that will prove I did not post anything to your Twitter thread on June 29th at 2024 between 4:45 and 5 p.m. And I know that is a fact. And here's why. Here's what I was doing during the time that David Wilcock claims that I was issuing death threats to him. Notice the time of the post, 4:19 p.m. I posted this, and I'll show you the next post, which is after 6 p.m. So from at least 4 o'clock until after 6 p.m. on June 29th, 2024, I was at the pond right near my cabin, David Wilcock, and I was teaching my youngest son to fish. He's very good at it. I wrote, when your son always catches more and bigger fish than you, just take credit for teaching him so good. And so that's at 4:19 p.m. And 1 second, I have to pull up the other one. So just bear with me for a moment. But my major point here is that David Wilcock is claiming that I issued all these death threats against him between 4:45 and 5 p.m. on June 29th. And there's no way that I could have done that because I was at the cabin, which has incredibly spotty cell phone reception. I think it took 10 minutes just to upload that one photo. I checked my phone logs, and the only internet activity I had for the entire day of June 29th, and this is proven by my phone records, David Wilcock, the only activity I had whatsoever was to post that about me and my son fishing at the pond right near our cabin. And isn't it interesting that he's claiming I'm making death threats, but my phone log proves that the only internet activity I had for the entire day was to post those pictures that I shared with you of me and my son fishing at the cabin. So David Wilcock is such a clown that he's telling a public live stream, broadcasting to 60,000 people that I'm issuing death threats against him at a certain time, and my phone log clearly proves that I was not that person. And, okay, 1 second, I can share this. So from 4 p.m., about 4 p.m. as nearest I recall, to after 6 p.m., here's my second post of the day, and my only internet activity for the entire day, according to my phone logs, which I'll share in court, was the only internet activity. I sent no emails that day. I was not on any alt Twitter accounts because I don't have them. The only internet activity my phone shows for the entire day of June 29th is these two posts. Here's the second one. At the pond right near the cabin, he caught 6 fish today. This was his biggest catch today. I caught 0 so far. He's killing me. So, David Wilcock, you clown, while you are claiming that I was issuing death threats, my phone log clearly shows that these were my only 2 internet posts of the entire day. And just to be clear, my phone log clearly shows, and I'll share them in court, My phone log clearly shows that on June 29th, here was my total activity. 2 posts to Twitter, which I've shared with you. I also, later that night, logged into my Google Drive and I played a media file, rockalbum2.wave. There was no other internet activity for the entire day. No other activity. No voice calls, no emails sent, no email logins, no text messages sent or received, no Facebook messages sent or received. Now, I'll share my wife's phone log as well in court, David Wilcock. That's the only 2 places that I could have made an internet post from my cabin. So what are we going to do here? You're claiming on a public live stream to 60,000 people that I was issuing death threats to you when my phone log proves these are my only 2 internet posts of the day. Besides playing, I was playing an audio file from my Google Drive, a rock album that I'm working on. Nope, no other calls, no other texts, no login to email, nothing for the entire day of June 29th. And let's be clear, David Wilcock, you're claiming that you're going to get me arrested for making death threats when I have clear evidence that any police officer would be happy to have that clearly proves you're lying about me? Why would you say I'm issuing death threats to you when I couldn't have? By the way, my phone log also clearly states that my phone was in airplane mode for most of the weekend. While I'm at my cabin, I try to disconnect from all the internet as much as possible. In fact, it drives me crazy if we're at the cabin and any of my family members are on the phone. I try to keep my mouth shut, but it bothers me. We're here to enjoy the outdoors. We're not here to do things on the internet or to watch, Facebook reels or whatever, Instagram reels. So completely and totally provably false statement. David Wilcock just lied through his fake teeth, claiming that I made these death threats. My phone log and my Twitter posts confirm, my ex posts, whatever, clearly confirm that was my only internet activity. And you know what? I take my phone off of airplane mode because I was so proud of my son. Look at how big that fish is. Look at that. That was an awesome day for me. So David Wilcock, you're the Lord of lies. I was engaged in wholesome, good family activities while you're claiming I'm some nightmare maniac making death threats against you. How dare you do that to me? A good family man, a good father, husband, provider. You're none of those things because you're a selfish egomaniac liar. All right. Back to the video. I don't know how much more of this I could take. He starts sharing my shirts soon, I think, claiming I'm a Satan worshiper because I wore a devil mask for a comedic joke.
So as I just said, he had multiple death threats within a 15-minute period on June 29th.
Yeah, and look, apparently David Wilcock is so dumb he can't even get the date right. He says it was in 1994. So I guess I'm like Corey Good. Maybe I did a 20 and back. Right? I time traveled. I made death threats on June 29th, 1994, and then I traveled back to the present. I'm sure he meant 2024. David Wilcock, my phone logs will exonerate me of your false and defamatory claims in court if necessary, to law enforcement if necessary. Take your fake ass video down, damaging my reputation like this to 60,000 people. I have the evidence. I have the receipts. I have the proof. You have none. You have false claims. Do you understand the can of worms you have opened for yourself? Don't you have enough legal problems without threatening an investigative journalist who has a written contract with a Washington, D.C. based news organization who is investigating and covering stories about you? Don't you have enough legal problems? I would think so.
The judge is going to see that. That'll be in the lawsuit.
Yeah, the judge is going to see my phone log and know that you lied about me on a public live stream to 60,000 people to damage my reputation and claim I did things that I did not do. Clearly, I have the receipts, Mr. Wilcock. You don't. You're not smart enough to play this game with me.
And after I posted the shooting, he was jubilant. He attacked everyone on the list.
I didn't attack anybody. I don't know what he's talking about.
So he was demanding that we sue him in 2019 December.
I never demanded that he sue me. I made a joke about not getting a cease and desist letter at a time that David and Elizabeth Wilcock were sending everybody cease and desist letters that were critical of them on the internet. Well, maybe not everybody, but they sent a bunch of them. And so I made a joke. Maybe it was in poor taste. And remember, this is 5 years ago. This is his evidence that I'm cyber stalking him. I made a joke about him 5 years ago on Twitter. This is his evidence. His piss poor evidence. He's got to go back 5 years and go through all my tweets to try to find something to make me look like a bad person here. I'm not the bad guy, David Wilcock. I'm not the person lying to people every time I press go live. That would be you. And by the way, if this goes to a legal situation, I'm also going to subpoena your ex-wife, and I'm going to make her sit for a deposition, and I'm going to ask her about all that charity money you collected. You want to play this game, Mr. Wilcock? You really want to go there? I will subpoena your wife for sure and make her sit for a deposition, maybe in the countersuit as well.
We actually were just about to do that, but I had to finish Awakening in the Dream, and then I got this COVID thing. Wait for this part, folks. Don't drop off, because this is, wait till you see what this guy has put online. I mean, it's outrageous. So check this out. By the way, this is slide.
A comedic parody is sometimes intentionally outrageous. I fully admit that sometimes when I do things, I intend them to be intentionally outrageous to get the attention that, we live in an attention-based economy. I'm not going to apologize for anything I've done. I stand by the way, in the description of this video or podcast is 5 investigative journalist pieces that I've done on David Wilcock and his various false claims. So if you're a follower of David Wilcock and you're here wondering who's the bad guy, go watch all of them and come back and tell me I'm the bad guy.
Number 7777, ironically. So my ex-wife put together some really brilliant research from that December period. If this hasn't already amazed you, wait till you see the. Now again, these are statements that he's already made. He's already made these statements public, and he's been proud of what he said. So
I did not make any of the statements that he has attributed to me. Those were other people on the internet.
But there's no reason why he should be upset, because this is just stuff that he wanted you to read. This is who he is. And the evidence shows that he's openly and proudly satanic.
There we go. David Wilcock called me a Satanist. He says that I am openly and proudly satanic. I'm a Christian, David Wilcock. And I take great personal offense, and it's causing me great emotional distress that you are claiming that I am a satanic child predator on a public live stream. And what is David Wilcock's evidence that I'm openly and proudly satanic? I wore a devil mask for a comedic parody on my show here.
Now, there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. However, this gives us an accurate character portrait of the man who's been making all these accusations against
I did not make the accusations, first of all.
Against me. Now you're going to get to learn who he is.
And let's just take a moment to remember, this is right out of Corey Good's playbook. Do you remember when dark journalists started going after Corey Good and calling him a fraud? Suddenly, there was all these memes all over Twitter calling dark journalists a Satan worshiper, a Luciferian Satanists. His doxing group, Corey Goods, went on a tear calling all of his critics Satan worshipers. This is a tactic designed to damage the critic's reputation so that you do not believe anything they say. Can't believe anything that guy says. After all, he's a Satan worshiper and a child predator. This is straight out of Corey Good's. Corey Good did this to all of his critics, including dark journalists, who has a huge platform. And now David Wilcock is doing it too.
This is what he's proud of. This is what he wants to be. This is what he's saying. And this is the stuff that's going into the lawsuit. So
yeah, I can't wait for a judge and jury to see me in a devil mask. And my first question from my lawyer will be, is this your only evidence that you've used to determine that my client is openly satanic, that he wore a devil mask? Because by that logic, that would mean that every child, every woman, every man who ever wore a devil costume for Halloween or anything else is openly satanic. That is certainly not the case. It is completely and totally ridiculous.
So the police, I've invited them to watch this video, and I'm going to.
Yeah, so he's showing the police me in a devil mask saying, see this bad guy? This is the bad guy who's making all these false accusations. I didn't make any false accusations against you, David. I didn't send those letters. I didn't send those tweets, and I'm going to prove it in court. And you're going to pay for what you did to me in that video you made.
I give them the timestamps of where we're presenting the evidence so they can see it for themselves, because they're having a really hard time wrapping their head around this. I'm like, well, you know, I'll show you some of his tweets. I'll reveal to you his pattern of activity, which is what they're always looking for.
Yeah, and he had to go back years to try to make me look like the bad guy. And the only evidence he could find that I'm a bad guy is that I played the character of UFO Lucifer. I played the character of a bad guy in a comedic parody. That's his evidence.
Looking for a pattern of activity. Okay, so here's the first one. December 19th, 2019, he posts the face of the devil, and he says he's angry that he was not being sued by Corey Good. It says it right here.
This is a joke that was taken out of context, David Wilcock. This is a joke. And by the way, if you're going to damage my reputation, if you're going to claim that if you're going to make false claims about me, then say my name, bitch. Say Stephen Cambian from Truth Seekers did this to me. Why would you redact my name? Could it be because you don't want your followers to get the other side of the story? This is a joke. This was a joke because David Wilcock and Corey Good were calling anybody critical of them the Dark Alliance and also claiming that they were Satan worshipers. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? This is exactly what he's doing. He's trying to paint me as the bad guy, as a Satan worshiping child predator, so that nobody believes my reports, which, by the way, I stand by. In the description of this video, I stand by every one of my investigative journalism pieces on David Wilcock, Corey Good, or anyone else. My research, unlike yours, David Wilcock, is impeccable. And we know that because anybody could go after me and find the same information and facts that I found that I present my stories with. Unlike you, who has to resort to using some joke I made. I wasn't even named as a co-conspirator. How dare they not realize I'm the head of the Dark Alliance? And for those unaware, at the time when Corey Good and David Wilcock were claiming everybody was a satanic, I don't want to keep saying the P word, and in the Dark Alliance, we were all joking about it because it's so ridiculous that these people would resort to that because people are saying that their Buck Rogers science fiction fantasy stories weren't true. And by the way, we know now that Corey Good made up all those stories. They lied to everybody for 5 years. My integrity is not in question. My morality and ethics is impeccable compared to yours, David Wilcock. How dare you try to damage my reputation with a history like yours? And this is how desperate he is. He has to go back to some tweet from 5 years ago.
I wasn't even named as a co-conspirator because this is when he was talking about the law.
By the way, he's ascribing things. He's upset that he wasn't part of the lawsuit. It's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so hard, David Wilcock.
Lawsuits. How dare they not realize that I am the head of the Dark Alliance? Then he's got this very creepy image of the devil.
It's a gif.
And people are saying Stephen deserves to go to jail. Big Matt says he goes by Stephen Black, but that's not his real name.
Again, people in his live chat were saying what my name was. David Wilcock, what kind of a weasel are you that you're going to make all these false accusations about me, but then only use my first name? But don't worry, anybody can search UFO Lucifer, which he shares in a moment, and find out who he's speaking about. So the damage is just as bad. But I just think, you know, I grew up on the mean streets of Philadelphia. If you're going to talk shit on somebody, you use their name so people know who you're talking about. He's trying to be a weasel here.
His YT channel is blank, and almost every video he makes is about.
Say it. Say Steve Cambian from Truth Seekers.
David, that's not really true. I mean, look, you can.
Oh, at least he admits that all my videos aren't about him.
Find him. It's really easy to find him. Some people went to bed. We're now around 4,100. But again, that's just.
He's live broadcasting, trying to destroy my reputation to 4,000 people. And 60,000 people saw all of these false, completely and totally ridiculous fake claims that he's made to try to damage me and my family and my relationship with charities and my relationship with the Washington, D.C. based news organization that I'll be working for.
just because, you know, they're going to sleep. Tripp says, I am praying to keep David surrounded with light and physically protected from this hater and any negative force trying to come after him. The One Infinite Creator's love surrounds you, David. Galadriel Ray says he's wasting police resources as well. Cynthia Marie Brewer says Stephen is intoxicated. We don't really know that. We only want to say things that we know.
Oh, good. Yeah. Go after my history, right? And by the way, I've dealt with that demon. And I'm not going to get personal about that.
Poor sad Stephen, he has 0 life. Says,
oh yeah, I have 0 life. This clown is claiming that I'm making death threats against him while I'm fishing with my son at my cabin, but he's claiming I have no life. And as dumb as rocks, stupid as dirt followers are claiming I have no life. Great.
Linny Kenny. Well, Paul Can says he's an attention addict. Amy Smith says this is a crazy story. Much love. We're almost done, but
I'm the attention addict
by his posts. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It's so fascinating.
Yeah, David Wilcock. It's something you don't have. It's called talent.
It deserves to be a television series. He's probably going to make it right into the television show.
I will refuse to participate in Corey Good's stupid television show. And by the way, Corey Good has been bragging that he's going to do a television show about all this. Somebody beat him to it. And there's a docu-series that's going to be airing shortly about David Wilcock and Corey Good. Somebody already did it. And you guys are not the good guys in their version of events. So look forward to that. And if you think that I have made David Wilcock and Corey Good look like a complete ass clowns, wait till you see this docu-series, which, by the way, I was already interviewed for David Wilcock. So I am going to be in a docu-series about you two clowns, but it won't be where you two are the heroes and everybody's the Dark Alliance satanic P words. No. Couple of them, it's going to be released soon to streaming services. Corey Good's been bragging that he's going to do a television show about this for all this time. But Corey Good's a lazy slob and didn't do anything. I don't even believe they started filming. Somebody's already completed a whole docu-series with multiple episodes about these two. It'll air soon, and we'll be covering it here.
Elmo Bullseye says, why are you doing your whole show on Stephen? I'm not. This is a little segment, but it's important that you know this. It's important that the investigators know this. So let's
it's
go through it really
important
quickly
that I
here.
slander him
Sorry
for an
you
hour
lost your dog.
straight.
My condolences. Giant protective hug. So sorry you have to deal with this. So many people love you, says Angela. Stand firm. Sorry you're going through this, but look good to stay positive. Why do you trust the police, David? They can say they're on your side, but they might not be. How will this information help us learn about what's happening worldwide? Well, look, this is something that's real. You guys, I'm not just here to entertain you. I have to protect myself. And this guy wants to destroy me. He made death threats that were very serious. Yeah. I need to talk about this. And I made no death threats. So please don't heckle me for doing it.
I did not make those posts he's claiming are death threats, which, by the way, are not death threats. And also, I can prove that I did not post those things, David Wilcock, by my own internet records. Can you prove I did? If not, you've got a real legal problem on your hands. And I think you have enough legal problems, Mr. Wilcock.
Doing that, okay? And you're going to be fascinated when you read this stuff. So I think it's very entertaining. So again, he says he's the head of the Dark Alliance. He posts a picture of the devil. Okay, this is December 19th. Then he mocks my charity where I'm helping veterans and rescuing sloths.
Yeah, I never mocked his charity. I said what I said in the report, which is in the description of this video. David Wilcock collected hundreds of thousands of dollars and spent most of the money on himself. As best I recall from recollection, he gave a nickel on the dollar out of those hundreds of thousands of dollars. Then he bought equipment, software, supplies, I guess cameras, spent money on meals and entertainment for him and his wife. That's what I said. And those are factually accurate statements.
And says it's a religion. He says, I'm just putting this out there. If anyone will pay $400 for me to incorporate a 501c3 in Nevada like David Wilcock just did, I will test the limits and turn mind hack into a religion. What happens?
Again, this is a joke. This is a joke about his charity being such a scam. There, I said it. It's a joke. And again, he has to go back to 2019 to try to find things to slag me with. You got to go back 5 years, David Wilcock, to try to make me the bad guy?
This next will be worth far more than the cost of registration. Trust me. So that's another threat. I put a black mark over his face.
Yeah. Why don't you show my face, David Wilcock? You're going to make these accusations. Show my face. You have my permission to say my name and my show name. You know, at least give me a shout out so I can get a bump while you're slandering me and making all these fake accusations against me.
Just because I don't want to give away his identity, even though it's very easy to figure out who he is.
Yeah, you basically doxed me, David Wilcock.
Just look up who's hating me on YouTube, and there it is. So then on the same day, he demands that we send him, that we sue him with our attorney.
No, I didn't. This is again a joke. This is again a joke from 5 years ago. David Wilcock was sending cease and desist letters to everybody that covered him, and somehow I got left out. So I made a joke.
Since I'm feeling left out, any cease and desist letters to me should be emailed to blank@gmail.com. If I don't get one before my next data dump coming next week, the data dump will proceed. What are these data dumps? They're doxing, where he wants you to know how to go after me.
I've never doxed David Wilcock. Never.
What's my address?
I've never given out his address publicly or privately. Never.
When he says data dump, these are illegal criminal actions, okay?
I have never performed any illegal or criminal action against David Wilcock or anyone else for that matter for many, many years. I've never been criminally charged. I've never been arrested. I've never been convicted of any crimes. Again, this is all designed to make me the bad guy and damage my reputation and tell everybody. So essentially, he's telling everybody I'm satanic, I'm a child predator, and I'm also a criminal. None of those things are true, David Wilcock, and I can prove that. Can you prove what your claims are? You can't.
Okay, so it's just outrageous. Somebody donated $20, says, sorry I missed most of the show. Sorry about your dog. Thank you for all you do. Carla Gibler says, I'm glad you're talking about this. You are cared for. I'm only in it for the parking, says he's trying to make money off of David. LOL. I mean, isn't that ironic, right? He's trying to capitalize on my name and the fact that I get a lot of views. And so everything he accuses me of is actually what he's doing.
No, we're a viewer-supported show. My content is now and will always be free. It's ad-supported. And David Wilcock, I'm not making $10,000 a month lying to people. I'm covering my show expenses and equipment and supplies that we need, telling people the truth. And I'm not going to apologize for that. You don't work for free, but you expect me to, right?
His Twitter is verified. He didn't even try to hide it. I'm shaking my head, says Colt Browning. Chad, this is David's show. Shut it, says Sam Barton. Thank you. Manny Buds says, people can't see. This is why people don't understand why you're explaining. He will argue that he's got free speech. Well, yeah, you can't use free speech to do these crimes like tortious interference with business practices, intentional infliction of emotional distress, stalking, harassment.
All of those things are things that he is openly doing on his public live stream. He's interfering with my business. He's, you know, what if the Washington, D.C. based news organization that I'm contracted to write articles for hears that I'm lying and telling people I work for the New York Post and believes that, I will lose that gig. You're interfering with my business, David Wilcock, and you're certainly causing emotional distress, broadcasting all these false allegations to 60,000 people. You know, this is projection on his part.
But wait, it's going to get so much better. Wait till you see the stuff that he put online. This is crazy. Here's the next one. So he's demanding that I sue him. Email me the cease and desist letter.
It's a joke because everybody was getting cease and desist letters.
He says, okay, now the cops want me to do that. So then, you know, you can see all these posts were deleted. The accounts have been blocked.
Yeah, this is Daniel from the context that I was joking with. And I said, hey, we need to get our own cease and desist letters. How about you come on my show and we become true co-conspirators? I'm down for that. I want my goddamn letter. It's a joke because everybody was getting cease and desist letters.
He says, yeah.
And Daniel and I are the two people that were very critical of Wilcock who did not get a letter. So I was making light of that. I was making a joke of that. I often deal with uncomfortable situations with humor. And by the way, that works great in a marriage, you know. Me and my wife joke around a lot about stuff like this. If there's something weird happening or uncomfortable, we make light of it. We make jokes of it. That's a very human thing to do. I'm not going to apologize for this. This was a joke. He's trying to use a joke to make me look like a bad person.
F this, hey, dull, we need our own cease and desist letters, which is now what he's doing. He's pretending to sue me, which is a crime. You can't pretend to be a lawyer
I didn't pretend to be a lawyer. I didn't pretend to sue him. I sent David Wilcock no written communications. I once sent him a written communication to both him and his wife, and that contact form on his website asking for the 990 forms for his charity. That's the only communications I've ever sent to David Wilcock in my entire life. And my internet records will prove that in court if necessary, David Wilcock. So you're slandering me again here, claiming that I'm doing all these things that I clearly did not do and had nothing to do with.
And pretend to sue somebody, that's illegal. Why don't you come on my show and we'll become true co-conspirators? I'm down for that. I want my goddamn letter from David's lawyer. You'll get yours too after this, I think. So he's trying to drag other people into this. Okay, he's publicly saying he wants me to sue him.
And by the way, I'm not even sure that this is about David Wilcock. I'd have to check. It might be about Corey Good, who was also sending a lot of cease and desist letters.
All right. Then on December 21st, he gives out, it's going to get worse and worse, folks. Wait till you see where this goes. It's a great show. Hang in there. If there's a couple haters, you're going to
again, five-year-old tweets.
get very fascinated as you watch where this is about to go. It's going to blow your mind. This guy is wild. I mean, I like him in some ways. It's kind of funny. He's so
You're not going to like me soon, David Wilcock, if you don't take this defamatory, slanderous video down and apologize.
outrageous. It's like a satanic clown or something. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, and so before Corey Good blocked me, I did send this tweet saying, making a video easily showing people how you and your partner in slime, David Wilcock, keep lying to people is not cyberstalking. It's a public service. If anything goes to court, you'd first have to prove your blue chicken stories. Good luck. This is 5 years ago, before all the lawsuits. I was exercising my rights to free speech on Twitter. And isn't it interesting? By the way, there's proof here. There's proof of something stupid. David Wilcock lies to people constantly, and I can prove it. David Wilcock is claiming that his wife gathered these tweets in 2019. Do you notice the blue check mark next to my name? I didn't get that blue check mark until last week. I'm going to say that again. David Wilcock is claiming that his wife gathered these tweets in 2019 because they were going to sue me in 2019. These screenshots were clearly made in the last couple of days. I just upgraded to X Premium and got a blue check mark not more than last week. I can give you the exact date. I can check my financial records, but I believe that I upgraded to Twitter Premium on the 25th of this month. That would be last Thursday. That's when I got the blue check mark. So David Wilcock can't even keep his story straight about when these screenshots were made. These screenshots could not have been made in 2019. They couldn't have been because I had no blue check mark. That's something else I can easily prove in court that you lied about. And remember, David Wilcock, you said if you lie once, everything you say is a lie. He lied about when he made these screenshots. He just made them from the 25th forward, because notice the blue check marks. I didn't have a blue check mark before last week on the 25th. Just another lie that David Wilcock gets caught in. How many times am I going to catch you lying during one live stream, David Wilcock? Again, you're not smart enough to do this with me. Guy's dumb as rocks, lying through his teeth. Oh, we made these screenshots in 2019. I had no blue check mark in 2019. You had to make these screenshots in the last week, David Wilcock. That's when I got a blue check mark.
Making a video, that's what he's doing. Easily showing people how you and your partner in slime, David Wilcock, keep lying to people. That is not cyberstalking. Actually, yes, it is.
I stand by that
public
statement.
Service.
If anything
goes
to not
court,
cyberstalking, making a video.
You first have to prove your blue chicken stories. Good luck. That's not true. Even if I talk about stuff that's weird and paranormal and you might not necessarily believe it, you might think, oh, David's full of it, David's not telling the truth. I have civil rights, and you can't just do this stuff. So he's giving somebody else bogus legal advice. You know, he's telling people, come on my show.
The tweet was to Corey Good. I was telling him, he was claiming that he was being cyberstalked because people were making videos critical of him. Making a video critical of a public figure is not cyberstalking. It's not harassment. If you can prove that the person is a liar and are conning people, I do believe that's a public service. I stand by that statement. So the best he has is 5-year-old tweets.
Let's attack David. Let's get sued. David is going to have to prove all of his paranormal claims in order for this to be taken seriously. No, that's not true.
Yeah, that worked out great for Corey Good. The lawyer for the defendant in a lawsuit, or a plaintiff, if I countersue you, is able to ask any questions they want to in a deposition. David Wilcock, you're getting terrible legal advice. It's clear you don't have a real lawyer, because a real lawyer would tell you, take that video down where you defamed that man who's a family man, a husband, a father, a provider, volunteers for children's charities. You called him the P word. That's actionable. A real lawyer would tell you to take that video down, maybe apologize. And like I said, if he apologizes and does that, I will forgive him and I will move on.
I can talk about UFOs. I don't have to prove UFOs are real. You get what I'm saying. Anyway, I'm going to move through this pretty quickly. It starts to get a lot darker from here on out. Wait till you see how wild this is about to get, folks. Hang in there.
Yeah, and I don't want to get too personal here, but he's sharing a tweet while I was still in the throes of alcohol problems. Let's just leave it at that. And this tweet was a late night, probably alcohol assisted tweet. And I said, my demons are right here with me. I meant my demon alcohol. But he's going to try to turn this into something it's not. And by the way, for all who struggle with any form of addiction, I have such empathy and sympathy for you. There's help out there. Get it. Life can be so much better without those demons in your life. And the fact that he is, again, let's go back to emotional distress. He's causing me emotional distress. He's bringing up 5-year-old tweets from a very dark time in my life. I'll freely admit that. You know, sometimes people vent on the internet when they're having a tough time. That's all this is.
This is all going to be worth it. Trust me. He says on December 22nd, my demons are right here with me. So here's the top of it. I'm showing you the whole thing right now. It's 2:56 a.m. Do you know where your demons are? Mine are right here with me. Now,
yeah, and by the way, just to be clear, is that proof that I'm a Satan worshiper? Or maybe, David Wilcock, is that proof that I was having a very tough time late at night on a bender and I posted that? And I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm not going to explain it further. I was having a tough time at one point in my life, and you know, like a lot of people, I vented on the internet. You know what? That doesn't make me a Satan worshiper, David Wilcock. It makes me human.
6 a.m. Do you know where your demons are? Mine are right here with me. Now, is that anything bad? Well, not necessarily. I mean, he's just joking around. Okay.
So why are you trying to turn it into something bad, David Wilcock? Why do you have to go back to 5-year-old tweets to try to make me look like a bad guy?
Demons are associated with evil, so he likes to be associated with evil. Okay, that's what he's saying.
That's an opinion, David Wilcock. That's not a fact, and there's no evidence that I like to be associated with evil.
Then he says somebody responded to him and said the demons in my head are waiting for someone to piss me off, which sounds like somebody that would go into an accelerated state of violence, right? And then this is where it gets even weirder. Look at the bottom. He says, having a bit of a Crowley moment, and then he responded, definitely. And then notice the John character has the two.
Yeah, quite honestly, I don't even remember responding to that. And, you know, I'm certainly not into Aleister Crowley or ceremonial magic, but he's going to claim that I am in a moment. We'll see that completely and totally false claim.
Ball cane symbol, very stylized number 7. The bar through the middle, that's the 2-ball cane symbol, which is, again, from the DS. So he's having a bit of a Crowley moment. Well, what is Crowley? This was in Beth's original write-up.
Yeah, again, he's claiming that Beth did all this research, but the screenshots clearly show that I have a check mark. And so it couldn't have been, these screenshots couldn't have been from 2019.
Had capture algorithms where we're capturing all of the tweets, all of the posts, all of the videos. So anytime he deletes something, anytime he does a video and he takes it down, we still have a record of it because we knew we were going to have to sue him at some point. So we started doing that back, I guess, in 2019. And then
Oh yeah, he was doing this all in 2019, but all the screenshots he's showing, again, have a blue check mark, which I didn't get till last week. You are a pathological liar, David Wilcock.
He went backwards. So again, he edited the post. This is very weird, huh? Why would he need to edit that he's definitely having a Crowley moment? He took that down. Then on Christmas Eve 2019, he did this crazy thing.
Yeah, I retweeted a joke that somebody sent me, which is something I often do. Again, it doesn't make me a terrible person. It makes me somebody who shares jokes on Twitter or Facebook.
I don't even want to read it to you. I rear-ended a car this morning.
By the way, this is admittedly a bad joke.
Part of a really bad day. The driver got out of the other car, and he was a, person who's small.
He was a dwarf. It's a joke. He looked up at me and said, "I am not happy." I replied, "Well, which one are you then?" Snow White, the Seven Dwarfs. I'm not happy. It's a bad joke.
He looked up at me and said, "I am not happy." I replied, "Which one are you?" That's how the fight started. Happy holidays, everyone. So again,
this is evidence to him. This is evidence that I've done all these heinous things and I'm a horrible person. I retweeted a joke, which, by the way, wasn't my joke, and I did copy and paste it from an email somebody sent me. And he's going to show that like I'm a plagiarist. Meanwhile, if you put any of his books through a plagiarism checker, they come back 50 to 60% plagiarized because he just copies and pastes everybody else's work. But I'm a terrible person because I copied and pasted a joke.
Yeah, and this is Christmas
So
Eve. Who would
stupid,
write this on
childish.
Christmas Eve? It's
Somebody that was joking about the Christmas spirit, maybe. I don't know.
It's not true. It's merely a recycled joke. It's available on Reddit from the same time period. You can see it right here.
Yeah, and somebody sent me this in my email, and I just copied and pasted it on Christmas Eve. But this makes me a terrible person. This is his evidence. How desperate are you to make me look bad, David Wilcock? How desperate are you to make me look like a terrible person to your dumb as rocks, stupid as dirt followers that believe that retweeting a joke makes me a terrible person?
So, okay, that's a very insulting, demeaning thing to say about other people. And again,
yeah, meanwhile, he's always making fun of gay people and trans people, right? But I'm a terrible person. And by the way, I do apologize for making a joke that, some people may find offensive. So I'm a man, David Wilcock, and if I do something wrong, I can apologize for it. Right? So I apologize for making an off-color bad joke or repeating an off-color bad joke. I apologize for that if anybody's offended. Meanwhile, you're telling people I'm a Satan worshiper on a public live stream to 60,000 people. And we've proven that most of your claims are false. Are you going to apologize for that like a real man would?
Say you're demanding that I come after you, then why would you post this a couple days later? This shows that you have a very derogatory view of other people.
Oh, I have a derogatory view of other people. Sure. The guy who's always making fun of gay and trans people and libtards and everything else, right? I have a derogatory view. Again, this is classic projection.
It shows that you're willing to dehumanize, that you're willing to laugh and mock people. But wait, folks, nobody's left, so you're all with me. Okay, it's going to get really dark now. Wait till you see how crazy it's about to get. He says on April 3rd, 2021, he does a video wearing a devil mask and dubs himself the UFO Lucifer. I say, okay, fair enough. There was already a UFO Satan, so I'm UFO Lucifer. And then somebody writes him back and says, sorry, being Jewish, I forgot Gentiles don't know the word Satan is not a name. It simply means adversary or deceiver in Hebrew.
Again, and by the way, I had two versions of the UFO Lucifer mask. I went with the second one, which he'll show in a moment. This is for a comedic parody on my show. It doesn't prove I'm a Satan worshiper. It doesn't prove I'm Luciferian Satanist or any of this other claims that he's making, which is slander, David Wilcock. You're slandering me, claiming because I wore a devil mask that I'm a Satan worshiper. You said I was openly satanic because I wore a mask for a comedy bit.
Hebrew, UFO Jesus is in trouble now because his nemesis has a name, Lucifer, instead of just being a generic description of an attribute. So this is a video he actually did wearing this mask, mocking, and then he declares himself quite magnificent.
Yeah, and by the way, David Wilcock, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it one time because it bears repeating. UFO Lucifer is magnificent, okay? UFO Lucifer is quite magnificent. I stand by that statement. And by the way, another false claim. He claims I made a video in that other mask. No, That was from a screen test. That was a screenshot. I never released a video in that other mask. You got your facts wrong again, David. How many times am I going to prove you a liar in one live stream? We should have had a counter going. We're probably up to 100 false claims you've made against me and lies you've told your audience while collecting super chats.
On April 13th. You can't even make this up. UFO Lucifer is quite magnificent. He is not bothered by these critics and haters. And then this is somebody, I don't give a damn. Dressed like this is sick. I have no clue what this is, even if it's a joke or some crazy stage thing. Anything to do with Satan is against the light of God. I'm not amused that he or she looks like
it is a joke.
What an ugly MF. Well, he got one comment and 7 hearts. So he's definitely not getting very many views here.
Yeah.
But then he responds that he's quite
I'm going to respond to that. David Wilcock demeans me multiple times during this live stream. And what he's saying is nobody is viewing my posts. Nobody is liking my posts. David Wilcock, my show has gotten millions of views. My show has gotten millions of downloads on the audio podcast side. So again, you're disparaging me. You're attempting to damage my reputation. And you're claiming that nobody is watching my posts. Meanwhile, why don't you share one of the posts that people are really paying attention to? Here's something I shared, and and I hate this. Like, honestly, I don't have an ego, but just to correct the record, this video that I shared on X yesterday, or excuse me, today, was it? Yes, no, 2 days ago. Yeah, I shared it on Sunday evening. It got 7,827 views. It got, 40 replies, 17 retweets, and 67 likes. So why don't you show one of the posts where I do get views, right? But you're going to disparage me, claiming that nobody's watching me? That's slander, David Wilcock. That's a false statement.
quite magnificent. He shows a picture of himself in a devil mask. Then he mocks the fact that we make money, and he's actually making money. UFO profiteering, here I come. My UFO Lucifer merchandise is coming soon. UFO profiteering, here I come.
Yeah, this is a joke. You guys know I joke about getting money for the show. Praise the cash, bitches. It's a joke, David Wilcock. Not a dick. Don't take it so hard. It's a joke. And you know what's so funny is that these are stock images. He's so dumb, he doesn't know that those were stock images. And so he blacked out the people's faces from stock images. This is a joke. And by the way, in the description of the video, you can visit our Amazon store and you can buy a UFO Lucifer shirt too. Praise the cash, bitches.
Two comments, 2 likes. Okay. When we looked at our saved archive, he declared himself UFO Lucifer 48 times in his Twitter post. So again,
there may have been that many posts, but I really don't think so, because I've only made, I believe, 3 videos with that bit, with the UFO Lucifer bit. So that could be a false statement, but I'd have to check. I doubt that I made 48 posts about UFO Lucifer, but I may have. So we'll give him that one.
Again, it's kind of funny, and I kind of think it's amusing. But this is what he's doing, so he's asking me to have to go forward.
Yeah, I'm playing a character. He's got to sue me because I wore a devil mask and I'm a Satan worshiper. Sure.
And again, this.
And oh, by the way, we got to thank some more kind and generous people. We did thank Archaic Revival. Let me see, where are we at? I'm just going to do them all together. So Al Warrior, kind and generous, $2, says, praise the cash. Thank you, Al Warrior. Thomas Robinson, kind and generous, £3 super sticker. Praise the cash, Thomas Robinson. Thank you. We have DM Andy with a kind and generous £5. I'm late, so only 30 minutes in so far. Unlike David, you don't have to scam people to raise legal fees. Praise the cash. Absolutely. Praise the cash, DM Andy. Thank you.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. The blue chickens command you to praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Yes, and Thomas Robinson, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us.
Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Okay, and we've got a few more here. We want to thank High Speed Chase, who's been a member for 6 months, says this guy's definitely had a triple dose of bath salts. Laugh out loud. I cannot say that I disagree with you. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and being a member for so long, helping us
praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right. And we have R2 Dizzle 2 with a kind and generous $10 super chat. Says, great show, Stephen. It's good to see your work ripple through the thin veil of the grift. Well, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Thanks for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right, we're all caught up now with the super chats. By the way, for those unaware, you can also buy me a coffee. I monitor that. You can send a PayPal pledge. Just add a note if you send a PayPal pledge with your chat room user ID. We read all of those as well. We'll get to those at the end of the broadcast here.
This is very critical because if you understand what's going on, why is he doing all this? Why doesn't he give up? Is he really just a self-made man? Or is somebody goading him into doing this? Is he being blackmailed? We're not really sure yet, but this is fascinating.
Yeah, and by the way, he's implying I'm being paid to do these hit pieces, what he characterizes as hit pieces. I'm an independent journalist. Well, now I'm going to be working for a Washington, D.C. based news organization, David Wilcock. So, you know, these are just more stuff.
So he responded to somebody, Halo something or other, April 13th. I am also Christian. Yeah, good luck. I don't really believe that. He says he's a Catholic. I've had 12 plus years of Bible study, so I'm well educated to play Lucifer. Fair enough. That might be true.
Yeah, and by the way, here he's claiming I'm not a Catholic, I think. I mean, David Wilcock, I have records from my 12 years of Catholic school, you dumbass.
And then that was the other post. This is from our archive where we're capturing everything. You can see, you can click on the links where it says his name and the date, and then it goes right to the Twitter post. If it's still there, if he's taken it down, it disappears.
Yeah, I generally don't take Twitter posts down.
So now we're going from the time interval of these captured posts of UFO Lucifer are from December 20th, 19, October 7th, 22.
What a loser.
So what this shows is
he had to scrub my whole Twitter trying to find every time that this UFO Lucifer was mentioned. It's a goof. It's a goof. It's a bit. It's a character from a comedic parody that we do here. Something you'd understand if you had any talent yourself, David Wilcock, besides bullshitting people for money.
Is that there was 3 years where he was so into being UFO Lucifer that he kept calling himself that for 3 years.
Listen, this is, again, slanderous and false statement. I made 3 videos, I believe. I made 3 videos. Anybody can check my archive and see how many videos I made as UFO Lucifer. I did not spend 3 years promoting 3 videos I made, David Wilcock. That's a lie.
That's what the archive actually shows. So he loved this name. And he said, buy 6 Lucifer shirts, praise the cash. Again, he's actually raising money. The hater Maz something or other said,
yeah, and this was a joke. Anytime somebody would really go after me on Twitter, I would post that they had to buy 6 shirts for insulting the magnificent Lucifer, UFO Lucifer. It's a joke. It's a joke, David Wilcock.
Says, numbnut, you know I'm not buying 4 of this ugly mug. Go get some holy water. Trying to make it seem ugly. The devil is cool. What are you we're talking about? What a crock of crap this is against the Almighty. I'm not overly religious. I just see somebody who's deranged and trying to sell this thinking it's cool, but it's sickening. And he writes back, this hater now has to buy 6 T-shirts for insulting the magnificent
That's
UFO
right.
Lucifer, praise the cash. I mean,
If you insult UFO
funny.
Lucifer,
Okay,
you got to
that.
buy
Really
6 shirts at least.
But then he actually says that he's doing an offensive, ridiculous gimmick to get clicks and views. It's a bad stage name, if you ask me. It's an offensive, ridiculous gimmick to get clicks and views. He was talking about this character he called UFO Jesus.
I was talking about UFO Jesus.
UFO Lucifer is the same. I'm just more honest. So he's admitting that he is doing an offensive, ridiculous gimmick to get clicks and views. Then he brags about destroying UFO Jesus. This is one of the ones somebody told him, you probably don't want to say destroy, and then he took it down. But we have it. We still have the original.
I believe that. Let me look that up. I got to look up to see if I did change that. I don't believe that I did. 1 second. Bear with me, friends. I want to see if he's accurate. We'll fact check him. Oh, wrong one. Okay. 1 second. Yeah, I did. I changed it. Listen, I take criticism. Somebody was like, oh, you shouldn't use the word destroys. So I changed it from the word destroys to discusses. Okay. You never, and by the way, David Wilcock makes these hyperbolic clickbait titles all the time. He's going to slag me for that? It's so stupid. Yeah, I changed it from destroys to discusses. Okay. I don't want people to be so offended, and people were very offended by my use of the word destroys. When I make a mistake, I admit it. Okay, maybe that's too much. So I'll change it from destroys to discusses.
UFO Lucifer destroys UFO Jesus's fake narratives about Bob Lazar.
And I did destroy the fake narratives about Bob Lazar that he was pushing.
And he's promoting himself. So again, he wants to destroy people just like the police had said.
No,
UFO
I want to
Lucifer
destroy
does not
fake
approve
narratives.
of alien hopium. I mean, I find this very entertaining. I have to admit, he's kind of a likable guy. If he wasn't so mean to me, I would probably enjoy talking to him. But I know that he can't see me in any other way except through hatred. We just got a couple more of these.
Oh, what am I supposed to be kind to somebody that's slandering me to 60,000 people, making all these false claims and claiming that I did all these things that I didn't do, telling everybody I'm satanic and that I'm a child predator? I'm supposed to be kind to you, David Wilcock? You have no idea the can of worms that you just opened up.
So let's keep going. He says, your promised disclosure was coming any day now. What, 3 years ago? Silly UFO Jesus, always reaching for alien hopium to sell people who are dumb enough to listen to you. So he's insulting our audiences. UFO Lucifer does not approve. No. Well, okay, you got one comment, Lucifer. One like. Fair enough. Then he retweets that he wants to be in a battle to the death for UFO entertainment. That again is, he's mentioned the word death.
Oh yeah, like I want to murder people now. I'm a terrible person.
People, okay. This
so
one got
stupid.
taken down. We have it in our archive. Baby Blank said, and that name's pretty provocative too. I want to see blankety blank, aka UFO Jesus, and Stephen, aka UFO Lucifer, in a battle to the death for the soul of modern UFO entertainment.
It's a
and
joke.
Again, the police will be able to click on this in our archive, and he retweeted it. So he likes the idea of the battle to the death.
Oh, come on.
That's pretty freaking disturbing, isn't it?
You're so childish.
And then he was smart enough to take it down, because when you click on that link in our archive, it says this page doesn't exist.
I don't recall taking it down.
And he wrote a book about, I guess, being in hell. Music video made a video called Down Here, a song.
Yeah, that's a song. It's in our archive. It's a music video for a song that I made, and I used the same devil mask that I used for UFO Lucifer, and the song's called Down Here. And again, I'm not going to apologize for being an artist. Sometimes artists have dark times, and their work reflects that. So I made a whole album called A Very Dark Place. And included in that is a song called Down Here, which I wrote about feeling down and depressed. And, this is so stupid. Like, this is his evidence that I'm a terrible person, that I'm an artist that once made a very dark song. Yeah, because no artist in the history of songwriting ever wrote a dark song. Come on, David Wilcock, you lived through the 90s. Every song was dark in the 90s. But you're going to say I'm a terrible person because I made a video, I made a song called Down Here about feeling down and despondent. Again, this doesn't prove I'm a Satanist. This just proves I'm human and I'm a great artist. And by the way, that's a great song. You should check it out. I love that song. If I can, I'll grab it and we'll play out tonight's broadcast with it.
Down Here music video and a new song by Stephen. There's only a couple more of these and we're going to get back to the content. If you're bored, hang in there. We're almost done. This one's pretty funny.
We're almost done slandering me.
October 7th, UFO Lucifer infiltrates the avian cult. This was his name for Corey. There he is. out there in the public wearing his devil mask. He actually got, what is it?
Yeah, and again, this is a joke. This is a joke, David Wilcock. This was Halloween at Sesame Place with my children. I was at Sesame Place for Halloween with my two boys. For those unaware, Sesame Place is like Disneyland, but it's themed to Sesame. And they have all the characters. They have a parade with, you can go meet Big Bird, right? My kids love it. And I needed a costume, and my son wanted me to wear that mask. And so I did it for him. And then I saw Big Bird behind me, and we were standing there, and I thought, this is funny. I didn't find any blue chickens as UFO Lucifer, but I found a yellow one or something, and I made a joke about it, and I tweeted it. Again, this is his proof that I'm a satanic child predator, that I'm at an amusement park with my children on Halloween wearing a mask. You are so pathetic, Wilcock.
Is that 12 likes on this one? He's got Big Bird behind him. And again, everybody was saying, oh, Corey saw the blue avians, so it's the blue chicken cult. And they would make fun of him and say it's like Big Bird. So here he is out there in public rocking his UFO Lucifer mask in the black shirt.
Yeah, because my son asked me to wear that. So I did it because that's the for those unaware, and why do I even have to talk about this? It's so stupid. My son Xavier, who's usually the cash clown, but tonight we have Wilcock as the cash clown. He picks everybody's costume. My older son is nonverbal autistic. He couldn't tell us what he wanted to be for Halloween if he wanted to. So his brother helps him and picks a costume for him. He tells my wife what costume she should wear, and he tells me what costume. This makes me a good father, David Wilcock. This doesn't make me a Satan worshiper, you asshole.
And it says, UFO Lucifer infiltrates the secret space program avian alien cult. I admit, it's pretty funny, okay?
He's funny.
Kind of a funny guy. Yeah, real funny guy, yeah.
Yeah, kind of funny.
And there he is, and it looks like he might have some hair on his back or something. I'm not sure what that is, but there's straw coming out of his back.
No, you dumbass. Those are Halloween decorations behind me. But whatever.
Pretty wild dude, right? I mean,
still waiting to get to the proof that I'm a satanic child predator, David Wilcock. And you're going to have to prove those things to prove that those weren't defamatory statements and false statements that you made to damage my reputation.
Wow. Okay. And he's got his 19 likes. That's probably about the best he's done on any of these so far.
Yeah, I just showed you a video that 7,000 people watched on Twitter. Why don't you show people that, Wilcock?
Then he insults somebody, says it's a devil mask, you idiot. From a magic show I did for a long time, it's a prop. Anyone who knows me or my real religious beliefs is laughing at you idiots. You're all calling me a Satanist. Funny, no one ever called me a Satanist until I said Corey Good's a lying con man.
Yeah. And that is a Corey Good Kool-Aid drinking cult member, right? Who is attacking me for wearing what he calls a satanic mask. Sure.
But then right here, January 8th, 2020, he admits that in his childhood, he was obsessed with reading witchcraft and books on ceremony.
I didn't admit I was obsessed. I said that I did. Again, false statements.
Magic. I grew up Catholic. My father found tarot cards, books on witchcraft, and ceremonial magic in my room. Then he and our local...
By the way, I talked about this on the show, and we cover esoteric topics. We've even done a few shows on magic and witchcraft and things like that, and the occult. It doesn't make me a Satan worshiper, David Wilcock. You have no proof. You have no evidence. You're desperate to make me a Satan worshiper here.
Local priest went in the backyard and burned them. Next, I had to spend time in counseling with the priest. This, of course, only made me buy more books on ceremonial magic, like Aleister Crowley.
I did not buy books on ceremonial magic. I said this, of course, only made me buy more books. And the point I was making is that when you try to stop somebody from gaining hidden or esoteric knowledge, it only makes them want it more. That's the point I was making. Try to stop somebody from gaining secret or esoteric knowledge, it makes them want it more, like the forbidden fruit. I don't even really remember the context of this. After all, he's got to go back 4 years to try to scrub my Twitter to find things to make me a bad person. I don't think this makes me a bad person. I've talked about this very story on the show before. It makes me human and a seeker of truth and esoteric knowledge. That's not something I should be disparaged for, Wilcock.
Okay. So you want to be sued, you want to have lawyers come after you, and you're admitting that you practiced, that you at least were reading books on this stuff. So
I never performed any spells, any rituals, any ceremonial magic. Let's just put that on the record. I did read many books on witchcraft, on angels, on demons, on Bigfoot, on UFOs as a child, which I'm sure Wilcock did too. So by his logic, that makes him a Luciferian, Satan worshiping, Aleister Crowley ceremonial magician somehow.
oh, wow, okay, interesting. October 21st, he took another one down. It's in our archive where he said, I want a bat cow demon as a pet. It's kind of funny.
This, I don't, look at the acts too. Like, I don't know where he got this from. I think it's a joke. Somebody showed some kind of bat cow demon or something. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't
get
know
it.
where he
It's
got
a
this.
joke. It's funny, but he took it down because he's like,
Again,
maybe I went too far
3
on
years.
that one. So once again, you click on it and nothing shows up.
And again, he's trying to make it like I'm a terrible person because I took some tweets down. How many tweets has he taken down over his history of using Twitter? Maybe we'll do a show on that, Wilcock.
So in summary, we're kind of through the whole thing now. Just a couple more things.
Yeah, and this is what he says about me. He says, I am a very sick and twisted man who gets joy from causing others the maximum amount of suffering he can conjure. Notice he used the word conjure.
This was what Elizabeth summarized it with in the original thing we were going to hand to a lawyer. This is a very sick and twisted man who gets joy from causing others the maximum amount of suffering he can conjure. And so, yeah, there's a lot of people writing here. They all know what his name is. Why is this the exact kind of person I would picture if I had to imagine David's #1 hater? He's really playing the part well.
I'm not his #1 hater. There's many more people than me. People hate him more than me. After all, I didn't call animal control on him. Other people did. Maybe they hate him more than me. Why am I the #1 hater? And by the way, many people in his live chat were mentioning my name, my channel name. Say my name, David Wilcock. Say Stephen Cambian from Truth Seekers. You're going to make these public accusations. Say my name.
Yeah, I mean, I really think it's funny. The UFO Lucifer thing is funny. The pictures are funny. I don't really dislike him, but he actually does apparently want to destroy me. He does want to hurt me.
No, none of those
things are true. He publicly deny that he went that far, but he did make death threats on June 29th. How did he find your house? Well, the Dark Alliance posted this address all over the place. And when he says data dump, I'm sure that was in there.
No, I never doxed him.
Destiny before me says, I'm so sorry, Dave.
I never doxed him. I never shared his address. I went out of my way to redact things on documents I shared here on the show.
In the last 2 years, I had to put 2 sisters to sleep, ages 14, 15 Rottweilers. I have a 17-year-old hanging in there, Yoki Pomeranian. These are our children. Hugs. You got to learn your lesson. Take it easy, Stevie. LOL. Sheesh. Apparently, he has a team of hellacious attorneys wanting to traffic DW. No, well, up until now, he's not done anything real. And then somebody says, miracle hands, please don't.
Well, David Wilcock, you're going to find out what kind of attorneys that I have. If you continue on this dark and dangerous path that you're on, you're going to find out.
Forget group prayer for the fires. We will do that. A big hug. UFO Jesus, my man. You need the dog to watch your back, says Richard Osterman. Stephen is the anti-David. Mindy Newman says,
I'll take that one. Yeah, I am the anti-David. David Wilcock lies to everybody for money. I tell people the truth. That's a fair characterization then.
Really sorry, David. This guy is a pest. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild.
You're having a really good time slandering me on a public live stream to 60,000 people. I hope the fun you had doing this to me was worth it to you, David.
We're already 3.5 hours in, and I haven't gotten to the end of it. So we're going to have to, I guess I'm going to have to do the Ezra slides next week because this was important that I get through all this stuff.
Yeah, it was important that he spends, let's see, almost an hour straight slandering me, making false claims, false accusations, and claiming other things. Great.
It's taken longer than I thought. So again, very sick and twisted man, that's what Beth's opinion was. Then,
this is great. He says I harassed the Sloth Foundation.
After he demanded to be sued, he actually called the Sloth Conservation Foundation and harassed.
By the way, the results of the call that I made to the Sloth Foundation are in my investigative report that's in the description of this video or podcast. So if you want to see what really happened between me and the Sloth Foundation, you have to watch or listen to that video about David Wilcock's charity.
Harassed them, saying he was investigating, and he began yelling at her.
Yes, I was investigating. And by the way, does this make any sense that I would yell and scream at somebody I'm trying to get information from? I really have never, to the best of my knowledge or recollection, ever raised my voice to somebody I was calling for information. It would be kind of counter to the act of investigative journalism to start yelling at people who could potentially give you the information you're looking for. I called the Sloth Foundation because David Wilcock had it listed on his website. And I'm going from memory here, so forgive me if I get something wrong. But I called to say, hey, David Wilcock and Elizabeth Wilcock have you listed on their charity's website. Are they giving you charitable donations from the money they're collecting? I was told no at that time. Maybe later he gave them some money. As we saw from the 990 forms, he gave about 5 cents on the dollar of the hundreds of thousands of dollars he collected for his charity to other charities. This one may be one of them. But at the time I made the call, I'm always very nice. I called it. I'm an investigative journalist. I'm working on a story on David and Elizabeth Wilcock's charitable foundation. I noticed that your organization is listed on their website. Can you tell me what your relationship with them is? And as best I can recall, the woman at the Sloth Foundation told me, well, I know Beth, and they agreed to put my charity on their charity website. And I said, are they giving you any money out of their charitable donations? And she said no. And so I said, well, then why are you on their website? And she said, oh, well, they're just trying to help us get donations too. And I said, okay. And I thanked her for her time, and I hung up. He's going to claim that I said, all those sloths, I hope they die. It's so stupid.
When he didn't get the results he wanted. So here's the foundation.
And by the way, we're going to call her David Wilcock, or I'll pay somebody, and I'll pay an investigative journalist to do a whole story. By the way, if you're a good researcher or journalist and you want to do this story, contact me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. You're going to have to contact this woman and verify that she told David Wilcock I yelled and screamed at her.
And he called her up and he said, you know, I know that what's happening is that David is stealing money and he's posing as this foundation.
I never said any of that. Never. And like I said, Wilcock, I may have that call recorded in my archives. I'm going to check. And if I do, I'm going to release it publicly.
But all the money that's supposed to go to you guys is actually going to him. She said, no, that's not true. That's not what's going on. And then he actually yelled at her. She's willing to testify to this effect.
All right. I'm going to have to call her and make sure that she's going to be willing to testify against me in court. And by the way, even if I did yell and scream at her, that's not a criminal act. You're getting me arrested for yelling at some woman that runs a sloth foundation?
She is.
Come on.
He yelled and screamed and actually cursed at her and said, I hope the sloths will effing die.
Yeah, this is completely and totally a false claim. Just to be clear, I would never yell and scream and curse at somebody that I was calling for information. It would be counterproductive. And David Wilcock, you got to know that I'm going to fact check this, or I'm going to get somebody to fact check this.
So this is an example of what happens. He actually calls people up, anybody attached to me, and he threatens them and he curses at them and he yells at them.
No, people attached to him, I may call for information when I'm running a story on David Wilcock, but that's what a good investigative journalist does. Phone calls, boots on the ground, ask people questions, give out business cards, ask people to contact you or email you with information. I would never curse or yell and scream at somebody that I was asking for information to include in one of my stories. I conduct myself ethically, morally, and correctly, and professionally, David Wilcock. And many of the people that I have spoken with in order to do the investigative journalism work that we do here would agree with that.
And he was threatening death, in this case, to an animal. And again, he wanted my...
What an attempt to paint me the bad guy. I want them sloths to effing die. I hope those sloths all die. I like sloths. I would never say that. I love sloths, and I love monkeys, and I love all animals, really. I got a soft spot in my heart for animals. I would never tell somebody that's running a charitable organization that's helping animals, I hope those animals die. This is a pure attempt to paint me as some kind of terrible, horrible person, so people don't believe the things I'm uncovering about Mr. Wilcock.
my dog to be hurt as well. So this is the kind of person he is.
I never wanted his dog to be.
And then this is the pièce de résistance, where he actually mocks me for crying about this abuse that I now have remembered going through.
Yeah, very convenient that David Wilcock has this whole fiasco happen where everybody finds out he's been lying to everybody for 5 years, with Corey Good admitting in the deposition that he made it all up and the stories weren't true and he'd never been to space. Suddenly, David Wilcock has recovered memories that include him getting butt banged by reptilian aliens, eaten and killed and brought back to life. I'm allowed to make fun of that, David Wilcock. I'm allowed to make fun of somebody that's so ridiculous that he's telling people he was abused by reptilian aliens, eaten, killed, and brought back to life. That's what this tweet is about. Making fun of a guy for crying on a live stream and got new superpowers. I stand by this tweet. I didn't take it down. I won't take it down.
It's kind of amazing that anybody would go this far. Ancient Aliens, David Wilcock.
It's amazing that anybody would go this far trying to make me a bad person.
Area 51
So they're dumb as rocks.
Join me tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, for a breakdown of David Wilcock's latest stream. He cries again, and he gets new superpowers, plus he got molested by evil aliens! Exclamation mark.
You said those things, David Wilcock. I'm allowed to make fun of that. You're a public figure saying ridiculous things on YouTube and the internet. It's not a crime to make fun of a wackadoo claiming they got emmed by evil aliens or S8.
He's got 1 comment and 8 likes.
Again, he's cherry picking. Notice that he's cherry picking all the tweets that didn't get much engagement to try to make it seem like nobody's listening to me or nobody's watching me. Wilcock, I just showed my latest video about you on X, got 7,000 views, dude, in 2 days.
Again, you know, I've been hated by so many people for so long that I can't really get too worried about this, but like, it's really kind of hard to imagine that somebody would openly, publicly mock me this much. And at the same time, he's got all these interesting things, UFO Lucifer, he's wearing masks. Pretty amazing.
You're right, David Wilcock. I am pretty amazing. And here we go with this claim. I called his accounting firm, and you can see this also in my report. I mentioned in my report about his shady charity that I called the accounting firm and requested the 990 IRS forms that show how much money he collected and what he did with it all. And they refused to give me the forms, which to my reading of the law is against the law. A charity must give those forms up when any member of the public asks for them. And again, he's claiming that I was rude to them or something. That's not the case.
He repeatedly called the accounting firm and demanded my info for my income, my financial records. That's not legal. You can't do that.
David Wilcock, that's a completely and totally false statement. Oh, I lost my place.
He's wearing masks. Pretty amazing. He repeatedly called the accounting firm and demanded my info.
Now, he's going to tell you it's illegal for me to ask for IRS 990 forms. I'm here to tell you it's not. But you know what is illegal? Refusing to give the 990 forms to any member of the public who asks. You're required to do that by law. At least that's my understanding. But he's going to tell you it was illegal for me to ask for 990 IRS forms from his public charity where he's collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars and essentially spending all or most of it on himself, except for 5%, which he cuts off to some other charities, I guess.
For my income.
And all of that information is in my reports that are in the description of this video, our previous investigative journalism pieces on Mr. Wilcock.
My financial records, that's not legal. You can't do that.
It is not illegal, David Wilcock. That's a completely and totally false statement. How many times are we going to catch you lying to your audience in one show, dude? What are we up to? I think we're up to over 100 lies he's told during this 1 hour. You got to be a great liar, or at least very good at lying, to lie that many times in 1 hour.
He's repeatedly called Stavati and threatened everybody.
I never threatened anybody. I'm the only person from Stavati that I've ever spoken to is Christopher Beskar, which, let's put that on the record. David Wilcock claims that Stavati Aerospace is a multi-million-dollar company, and yet if you call Stavati Aerospace, the CEO gets the phone. Can anybody show me another multi-million-dollar successful company? You know, like if I call Amazon, is Jeff Bezos answering the phone? If I call Tesla, is Elon Musk answering the phone? No. That shows you what a shady, dumb company that is. They can't even afford to hire somebody to answer the phone for the CEO. This is a completely and totally false statement. Show the evidence, David Wilcock, that I threatened anybody from Stavati. I've never done that. I've never emailed Stavati. My internet records will prove I never emailed Stavati or any members of Stavati, except for you, David Wilcock, who I sent requests for 990 forms to. Completely and totally slanderous, false accusations being made here. My internet records, if we have to go to court, Wilcock, you can subpoena my internet records and all my emails. And what you'll find out is I have never emailed Stavati at all. Never. Period. Full stop. I've never emailed anybody from Stavati. I've talked to Christopher Beskar on the phone because that clown gets the phone of his fake aerospace company that for 30 years has never produced a single product or service in the aerospace market. What a joke.
Everybody publicly attached with the company. He basically threatens anybody whose name's attached to me.
I've never threatened any person attached to him. I've called people for information while I was doing my job as an investigative journalist, either for Truth Seekers or for this Washington, D.C. based news organization that I'm writing an article about David Wilcock and Stavati for. Yes, I have called people asking for information. I've never threatened any of those people that I called. Full stop.
Produced 2 fake lawsuit threats.
Those letters did not come from me. I know who they came from, but I'm not going to help him or throw that person under the bus. I don't know what he's, I know this person sent some letters. I don't know. Basically, somebody who David Wilcock doxed and called the P word did send a letter to Stavati saying, you have to retract that, apologize, and take that video down, or make your board member, David Wilcock, do that. Those letters did not come from me. Those letters did not come from me, David Wilcock, but you're telling people on a public live stream to 60,000 people that I did that. I did those things. I did not, and I can prove it.
Last 2 months. And these lawsuit threats use the pseudonyms.
And here is where he essentially calls me a child. You know what?
Pedro Mend and Peter Mendoza, which have potential encoded names in them. And again, this is not slander.
And by the way, that person's real name is Peter Mendoza. He's saying it's not slander to put that up on the screen and tell people that's what I am. He's saying this is not slander. It is a provable fact that builds a profile. He's saying it's a provable fact that I am a P word. And he's saying it's not slander. This is how dumb David Wilcock is. Wilcock, I'm going to say it one more time. You need to speak to a real attorney. And any real attorney, make them watch my video refuting all of these false claims. Any real attorney is going to make you take this down, take that video down, or advise you it's in your best interest to take that video down.
This is a provable fact. It builds a profile. Those words can be derived from these names. I showed it to you.
But you're implying that I am those things.
Called our CEO last Monday impersonating the Washington Post.
I've explained that. I did not say I was calling from the Washington Post. I gave him my correct press credentials.
And he routinely is mocking top UFO personalities, Dr. Greer, Luis Elizondo.
That's true. I do mock them. They're all public figures, and I mock them for the same reason that I mock David Wilcock, because they make ridiculous statements. Stephen Greer has said that people on his team got assassinated, right? And Elizondo is telling people he's got superpowers. It's just completely ridiculous.
Etc. 40 to 50 fake identities a week, as I said.
I never made 40 or 50. I never made any sock accounts on Twitter. That's a false statement.
Had to hire 3.
Show the receipts then. Show the receipts.
People, as I said.
But again, it's not me doing all those things. Maybe he had to hire people to deal with his haters, but I'm not doing all those things. He says nobody agrees with me. We've got hundreds of people watching me. Millions of people watch my show, David Wilcock. We've got millions of views. You keep saying nobody agrees with me.
keeps doing it even though nobody seems to agree with him.
And he says I got almost no views. Wilcock, listen, I don't get views by lying to people like you. You know, the truth is boring. It doesn't attract as many viewers as you lying through your teeth about ascension and hey man, we're all going to get superpowers soon. And those mass arrests are coming. Donald Trump's still the commander in chief and he's going to take back the presidency and all your Q-tard nonsense.
And he's getting almost no views. But in my entire career, nobody's ever tried to swat me with police before.
Nobody swatted him. And now he says, I am subject to an emergency injunction and arrest.
And as a result, he's now subject to emergency injunction and arrest, which the police want me to do.
Oh, sure.
He actually, as I showed you, has been demanding I do this for at least 5 years.
I joked that I didn't get a cease and desist letter. That's not demanding that he does that. The final police report will be available hopefully Monday. I'm going to get that police report and I'm going to read it live on my show, Wilcock. And we'll see who's telling the truth. So I'm going to get the police report from them on Monday. He's probably just going to keep on going. But again, Stephen, I have to do this. The cops have demanded it. Oh, sure.
Protect myself.
Yeah, he has to do it.
I would have left this alone, but he's now forcing me to have to do something because he's just escalating so much.
Yeah, I forced him to call me a Satan worshiper. I forced him to make... How many false claims has he made? I've lost count.
So now our local police are on alert for a man of his description.
Yeah, by the way, I'm just going to put this on the record. David Wilcock has nothing to worry about me being near or in, anywhere near his home. I'm not traveling to Colorado anytime soon. This is just more theater for his dumb as rocks, stupid as dirt followers to make them think that he's under some kind of threat from me. There's no threat from me except for the information that I provide that proves what it proves.
They were dazzled that I haven't already filed anything. And they told me that this greatly increases my ability to stop him because this is very serious when you file fake complaints with the police and then take credit for it publicly.
I did not file any complaints with the police, the animal control, or any other Colorado authority. I did not publicly admit that I did that. In fact, I am disputing that that was me, and I've proven to you who sent those letters to animal control, and that proves it was not me, as David Wilcock is fraudulently claiming in his live stream.
Publicly. So they're friends with me now. They're cooperating. They're all veterans who gladly support a military company. Last but not least, Jenny McCarthy, who is, her husband is Donnie Wahlberg.
Oh, he's so proud of, he got on Jenny McCarthy's show once.
His brother is Mark Wahlberg.
Great.
They're tapped into all the top celebrities in Hollywood. They have now said, and they're willing to go on the television show that Corey's doing and say, this Dark Alliance stuff is the worst, craziest thing that anybody's ever seen.
Who cares what Jenny McCarthy thinks?
Nobody in Hollywood, none of the big celebrities have ever been stalked this badly. And Stephen is kind of the most outrageous character out of all of them.
Yeah, so I'm the worst thing Jenny McCarthy's ever seen. No offense, honey, but you're on the downslope. You were hot 20 years ago, but it ain't holding together too well. Is that crass? Probably.
So we've already been asking in the Stavati company, is somebody paying him to do all this? It could be.
Yes, my viewers are paying me to do this investigative journalism work and to reveal the truth behind your lies. That's who's paying me. We're a viewer-supported show.
B or L, these major contractors they might think of us as competition, even though they're going to get a lot of business from us. We've looked at that possibility. Or another possibility, is he being blackmailed? Is somebody forcing him to do this, even though it's so self-destructive? We don't really know.
Oh, yeah, I'm being blackmailed.
Again, Corey's making TV about this, so he's probably going to get famous because of what he's doing.
Yeah, and just to be clear, there's already a docu-series, David Wilcock and Corey Good. It's coming out in a little while, and you've been beaten to the punch. So you can brag all you want that there's a television series. There's a docu-series going to be on streaming services soon. And I hate to tell you this, but you people, you and David Wilcock, and you, Corey Good, are not the good guys in this docu-series. And if you think that some of the information that I have uncovered here is damaging to those two clowns, wait till you see this docu-series.
Unfortunately, but I haven't agreed to start any of them, at least not yet. This is the final point I wanted to make, and then we're going to get into the rest of the crop circle thing.
Thank God.
He has inoculated me against any future attacks like this. I almost wanted to call him a vaccine. It's like I've been vaccinated. I've got my team, so nobody can hate me on Twitter.
Yeah. In other words, I am hiring people so that I can have an echo chamber and none of my dumb as rock, stupid as dirt followers will ever hear the truth about the lies that I tell them. He's actually got to hire, according to him, a whole team of people to stop all those mean tweets. But yet he says he only has one hater, and it's me. If you only had me, I'm blocked on Twitter. You wouldn't need a whole team if it was only me.
I've gotten in touch with the local police, and his absolute hatred of me triggered this remarkable response from the universe in the form of this crop circle. So yes.
Oh yeah. I don't hate David Wilcock. I feel sorry for him, and I feel even more sorry for his victims, but I don't hate him. Hate is a very, very strong situation, and I do my very best not to hate people. Despite all of the things that I have said, and as critical as I have been to David Wilcock, Corey Good, or any of these other people, I always wish a road to redemption. Regardless of what I think of Wilcock, Good, Greer, Elizondo, Grush, all these guys, Ross Coulthard, those guys have God-given talents. I just wish they would use their God-given talents to do something other than grift and lie to people.
If you're going to go after somebody, you try to shoot 45, there's divine intervention. You try to get me swatted, there's divine intervention.
Oh yeah, God made a crop circle for David Wilcock.
So even though not very many people hate me, this quote from John 3:13 is really appropriate. Do not be surprised, brothers and sisters, if the world hates you. Well,
you got to love that he's going to throw in a Bible verse after he just spent an hour lying about me, and I have a wife and children and a good reputation. And he just spent a full-on hour making completely and totally provably false claims about me, blaming me for every hater he has on the internet, telling his followers I posted all that stuff on Twitter when I clearly did not, telling his followers I sent those emails when I clearly did not send anything to animal control. Let's throw in a Bible verse at the end so people think I'm a godly man. You are far from godly, David Wilcock. You are a false prophet, pathological liar.
Not the world's just one guy. Whoever, there might be somebody behind him. I don't know. It's possible. Maybe not. I'm not really sure. Maybe we'll find out. Stavati is now within weeks of massive startup success, and this crop formation has...
Stavati's getting that loan. Any minute now. Any minute now, Stavati's getting that loan. And they're going to make the hover cars.
Many additional prophetic references. So now I want to close out the show with a return to our overview of the 2024 season, and then give you this final piece because it's really fascinating.
All right, so we've made it through. We have made it through, friends. I hope that I have properly defended myself. One other thing, however, David Wilcock claimed that I visited his home. Yes, and Macario says, you can tell them that is me. I sent that email to Beskar telling him to talk to Wilcock because, again, he put my name on the screen calling me the P word and saying it's you. I have sent 3 emails to Beskar. The first was years ago when Beskar himself, gave me info on David. He is the one that told me he put 1 million plus into the company. Second was after David said he was going to sue people. I sent an email to Beskar asking him if that was true. After that, Wilcock showed my real name and called me the P word, and then said I sent a third email to Beskar telling him that video must be taken down. So every time David Wilcock claimed that I sent him fake lawsuit threats, that was Mr. Mendoza defending himself when Wilcock called him the P word as well. And let's talk about that for a minute. How dangerous and defamatory is it that Wilcock is willing to call multiple people he doesn't even know with families and children the P word? This is your spiritual guru, right? The context is here. It says, I'm just tuning in. Is this new? Is Wilcock really threatening you? Bro can go find a big box in the woods. Welcome, Daniel. And yes, you got to watch the whole thing. It is a laugh riot. So I had a lot more to share with you, but I didn't realize that we've gone this long. Some of these shows go by so fast, and then I don't realize that we're here 4 hours. And I'm sorry for keeping it so long. I'm sorry. I don't know how to make it any. I didn't know how to make it any more, succinct or short. But one of the other claims, David Wilcock claims that I went to his house and I knocked on his door That's a completely and totally false claim too, but I know who did it. Here, have some proof, David Wilcock says Spooky. And in full disclosure, occasionally Spooky does some graphics, like tonight's excellent thumbnail, which has been called the best David Wilcock thumbnail ever on the internet. Thanks to Spooky for that. He says, Stephen Cambian never knocked on your door, and I can prove it. April 18th, 2023. I was working with a filmmaker. By the way, that's the people who made the docuseries. It's already edited and done and being delivered. And they're going to start promoting it soon. And it's going to air on all the streaming services, David Wilcock and Corey Good. Spooky says, I was working with a filmmaker who knocked on your door to ask for an interview. It was filmed. You then called Jim Martin at 1091 and threatened calling law enforcement. You threatened the filmmaker over text messages that if the footage ever got released, you would sue. So we see that David Wilcock has a habit of overreacting, threatening to sue people, and threatening people. For someone who is terrified of being sued and going through discovery, you love to threaten others. You went live on April 23rd talking about psychopathic negative greetings. We watched your stream in Seattle Airport. We were warned before going live. You were warned before going live not to slander our production team. Our reply was, I'm too smart to do that. That's what he said. And here's the filmmaker. And here they are on the plane. But anyway, another completely and totally false claim. Wilcock claimed that I knocked on his door and I'm stalking him. I've never been anywhere near his home. Full stop. So, what we learn here is, first of all, Wilcock is dumb as rocks to do this. He owns, I believe it's a $2 million home. And he is on a public live stream calling people P words. He's on a public live stream calling me a Satanist. And the only evidence he has is that I wore a devil mask for a comedic parody. He lied through his teeth and said that I emailed Boulder County Animal Control. We found who sent those emails. They've admitted to it, and it was not me. He lied and said that I'm harassing people. None of this is true. Everything he said was a lie, but are we surprised that he's so willing to lie? I think that the walls are closing in on Mr. Wilcock, and he knows he's never, ever done anything but ignore critics and negative coverage of him. And now we've seen in the past few weeks, he's lashing out against all the critics. Could it be that the money's drying up? Could it be that his followers are starting to question his narratives and look for alternative sources of information? By the way, if you're one of those people, you're welcome here. All of us here, we have a community of truth seekers. We do not accept false and fake information like the kind that David Wilcock peddles and has peddled for decades. So what we've proven here is that Mr. Wilcock is essentially claiming that he's going to sue me because I created 40 identities. We proved I didn't do that. He's claiming he's going to sue me because I attacked people who left comments on his Twitter. I didn't do that. We can prove that with my internet records. He claims I sent 2 emails to animal control in his city, and he's going to sue me for that. We just proved to you who sent those emails. It wasn't me. He's claiming he's going to sue me because I was a problem to him for 10 years. That's completely and totally false. He claims he's going to sue me because I went to his house. We've just proven to you I wasn't the one that knocked on his door, but I know who did, and they've admitted to that, coming to my defense saying, Stephen Cambian didn't do that, David Wilcock, you liar. He claims he's going to sue me because I'm subject to being arrested for having him swatted. Anybody could call the local police and know that he didn't get swatted. He says he's going to sue me and that I took full credit for the swatting attack with 4 new aliases. My internet records will prove that wasn't me. He says he's going to sue me and get me arrested because I filed fake lawsuits against him from Holland and another country. I've read to you the proof of who did that. It was not me, right? Next, he says he's going to sue me and get me arrested because I made death threats against him on June 29th, 2024. My own phone logs and my ex-posts prove I didn't send any of those messages, David Wilcock. He says he's going to get me arrested and sue me because he claimed I was rude and abusive to a sloth organization. Well, I say prove it. My recollection is entirely different of those events. He claims he's going to get me arrested and sue me because I am all these different people on the internet. We showed you who those people are. They've admitted. They've come to my defense and say, David Wilcock is lying. Stephen Cambian didn't do that. I did that. How's this going to work out in court, Mr. Wilcock? Are you this dumb? You know, you said you were suing me, and you constantly, for an hour straight to 60,000 people, repeated completely and totally provably false claims which are slanderous and damaging to my reputation. That's actionable, Mr. Wilcock. So I strongly advise him, listen, this would get thrown out of court and dismissed so quickly because his claims have no proof. They have no merit. If you're going to sue somebody in court, your claims have to have merit. We'll just file a motion to dismiss instantly, but not before we subpoena all of his records and everything else that we're legally entitled to do. So, and again, David Wilcock has all these legal problems. Do we really believe he's going to start a legal battle with me? And I want to be very clear here. I don't want a lawsuit. I would prefer at all costs to avoid that. But I will not be threatened into silence by threats of lawsuits from a man who claims that angels told him to take baths in his own piss so he could get superpowers and save Donald Trump from an assassin's bullet. No. If you're going to say ridiculous things on the internet, welcome to the internet, David Wilcock. I'm allowed to make fun of you. You're a public figure. I'm allowed to do comedic parodies about you. You're a public figure. I'm allowed to investigate your claims and report on the results. I have freedom of speech. I have freedom of expression. And I have this microphone and I have this webcam and I have an incredible ability to investigate things. And I have done so. All of my previous really important investigative journalism pieces about David Wilcock are in the description of this video. Now, let's talk for a moment about the Streisand effect. David Wilcock, how dumb are you to have done this to me? You don't think that any of your followers are going to look me up and watch this video? You don't think maybe some people are getting curious about whether you're really in communication with the Archangel Michael? You don't think any of your followers have a little bit of doubt that maybe, just maybe, you might be sort of a swindler and selling false, fake opium and fake information to them? I can't wait until that docuseries comes out. I got to tell you, friends, I know it's going to be incredible. And I think it may put an end to certain grifters' careers. And so this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. And again, David Wilcock, your video is against YouTube terms of service. Your video is liable to get you at least a community guideline strike. You can't call people the P word with no evidence on a public live stream. And again, I'm sure he doesn't care, but I happen to volunteer for children's charities. Do you know how damaging that is to my reputation for somebody to even make that leap, to make that false accusation? It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, I had some more things to share, but apparently Mr. Wilcock is making a new video. Is it tomorrow? Maybe? I don't know. So I'll include the rest of what I had to share. I'm sorry, we sort of run out the clock. I got other things I have to do. It is 1:13 a.m. here. So that's the news, folks. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to be sure that we recognize you kind and generous benefactors. We'll give one more praise to Cash for our YouTube channel members and for our Patreon supporters. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, all of you, in helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. The blue chickens command you to praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
There we go. So, so that's really all I have to share with you for now, but I reserve the right to talk about this again. I think Wilcock's so dumb, and he always doubles down on his lies. So he's going to invent new fantasies to cover for the evidence I've shared with you that I'm not all these people that he claims I am. And that's my prediction. I think he's going to double down into his own stupidity. My advice to him is probably stick to crop circles. It's not a good look when you try to sue an investigative journalist that's writing a piece for you in a Washington, D.C. based news outlet. But best of luck to you. But I will say this, I've been kind of slacking on getting that article done, and now I'm all chips in. I will get that article done. I'll let you guys know when it's going to be published. That's when I'm going to publicly announce that I'm a writer for that news organization, David Wilcock. And, you know, I don't know what else to say. I'm shocked that he's this stupid to put all of this in a public live stream. Such provably 100% false, fake facts and fake accusations. And then and at the same time telling everybody he's going to sue me for slander while he's slandering me. It's just incredible. So I'm going to bounce on out of here. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank our kind and generous benefactors, our super chatters, super thanks people, Patreon supporters, YouTube channel members, Twitch subscribers, people who buy me a coffee. Did you know that you could do that? It's buymeacoffee.com/Truth Seeker Show. We read all of those. So just leave a note if you buy me a coffee. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you guys for letting me vent. I felt the need that we have to do this and defend myself. I'm sorry it took so long to do that. But as Brandolini's law clearly states, the amount of Brandolini's law, I've talked about it several times, and it states that the amount of energy required to dispel bullshit is orders of magnitude more than it takes to create it. David Wilcock just clicked go live and said all kinds of things with no evidence or proof. Now, he's got slides of tweets he found objectionable, but that's not evidence. That's not proof. And I will once again just warn Mr. Wilcock, if he does not take that video down and he does not apologize for all these false and defamatory statements, then, you know, may God have mercy on your soul, because I won't. That's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you.